26 hours of this already. Holy shit. Well then, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. My name is David09 and we are playing Sins, Memories of the Starry Sky. How far are we from beating it? Who could know? At this point, nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Yes. Let's go. It was a few days after my unexpected stamp collecting excursion with Chihaya.
またあんたたちは勝手にこんなこと決めて。来てくれたのね。ありがとう。別にたまたまバイトが休みだっただけだし。
Hey Hogan, how are you? Starry Michael. Not doing anything suspicious.
あんたたち放っておくと人の将来を勝手に決めるから見張りに来ただけ。見事なまでに積んですね。いつ出れてくれるのかしら。出れないから。っていうか、あんた出歩いてていいの？ああ、うん。おかげさまで期間限定だけど。そう。
This is look between us and then hung her head. She mumbled something to herself, like she had something difficult she wanted to say.
あんたもなんか大変そうだから。私のことなんかほんとどうでもいいから頑張って。あ、 ひなた聞いた？頑張ってって言ってもらっちゃった。頑張ってって。はいはい、よかったですね。妹さんに気を使ってもらえて。気を使うとか妹だからとかそういうんじゃないから。
Maybe I didn't need to worry about their relationship after all.
面白そうだなと軽い気持ちで誘われるまま来てしまったんだけど、よかったのかな。
Weird. HL. And I'm supposed to know what that is? Half-Life 2. Well, HL can never be Half-Life 2. It's either Half-Life 1 or something else. I think Half-Life 2 should be abbreviated to HL2, no? What the fuck is Yuriko doing here, really? World.
いいんじゃないですか。千早さんと純也がいいって言ったんだから問題なしですね。
I've talked to her once in my life.
順にこれで全員なら早く始めようよ。
Yeah, it is. I also contacted Kiro-san, but he apparently couldn't fit it in his schedule. What? Second I mentioned his name, several people blatantly grimaced.
わざわざ知らせたんですか？純也、お人よしにも程がありますね。
He was the one who told me about it. It's a matter of courtesy and obligation.
あんまあの人を関わらせない方がいいと思うんだけどな、私は。まあ疑わしきは罰せずって言うから。
I know how you all feel, but he passed the information on to me. Maybe this was his way of making amends. That's assuming he felt guilty about his less than considerate actions towards Asusa, anyway. With the route I took here, Yuriko should be here, really. She's interacted with us once.
人のいい純也に一つアドバイスがあります。いいですか？
What is it?
ビジネスにおいてこれだけ投資すればこれだけ儲かりますとメリットしか教えてくれない相手は信用してはいけません。リスクも含めて説明してくれない人間はそのリスクをこちらにだけ被せるつもり満々ね。こちらをうまく誘導して儲けだけかすめ取るつもりよ。
Are you suggesting Kiro-san wants us to search the house from top to bottom so he can make off with the treasure or whatever for himself? I'd already told everyone why we were here and earned several nods in return.
あ、いる教会にも珍しくないのよね、その手の人って。父もよくその手の輩がおじさま相手に訪ねてくるので追い払うのに苦労しているとか。
There was no guarantee we would find any treasure in the first place. Yeah, I guess it was also conceivable that Kiro-san was letting us do this because there was a large possibility this would all end in vain.
シゲトさんがそんなつもりだとちょっと困ってしまうわ。我が家の問題なのに。千早には悪いけど商売人からすれば政治家も詐欺師も同じようなものだからね。みんなして商売人からお金をむしり取ることばかり考えているんだから困ります。
It's like you have first-hand experience.
私小金持ちだからね。 悪い虫がいっぱい寄ってくるんです。
Pride? Is this pride? Oh, we'll assume that's how it is. I'm sorry to ask this, but please don't tell anyone if we happen to find something here today. Everyone here was trustworthy, but I had to be sure none of them would report this to Kido-san. There was no telling where or in what form unexpected complications might arise. No one likes him. You're the one that invited him.
OK。要はあれでしょ？ちーちゃんたちに迷惑がかかるから黙っとけと。秘密のお宝探しなんて余計にワクワクしてきちゃう。
It sounds like everyone got the gist, but this isn't the game. Despite what I said, I initially called everyone here so we could have fun together. I could only hope things didn't go sideways later.
Keyword はこれで全部揃ったはずなの。
Chihaya gracefully spread out a stack of documents she had prepared back at the house. There was backing paper with grid lines drawn across it, suggesting that was where the keywords were meant to go. It reminded me of a crossword puzzle with each individual square meant to be filled in.
これをおじいさまが指定した数字の順番に並べていくと。
Chihaya lined up the pieces of paper with the characters written on them one by one. Everyone watched from the sidelines. Mizura narrating Chihaya's movements.
は、る、の、そら、あし、か、で、ね？え、なにこれ？わけわかんない。
Haru no Sora Akane? That's why I wanted everyone else's input. The keywords Chihaya and I had collected were correct, and this ought to be it. However, we had yet to figure out what it actually meant.
最初の方は春の空と解釈できますけど、
Yes.
季節の春。ですね。日本の俳句みたいです。だけど後半その後がさっぱりね。足金って何？アシカ？鹿伝？
Wait, was it Ashika? That's not what I read. Akane. That's what was written. I was right. Also, speaking of a local, as a local, my guesses would be drawn to Ashikajima or otherwise. But the fifth character might be a A instead of Ashi. Let's not be too particular about the kanji portion. Oh, okay. Yes, let's not be particular about the letters we're trying to read.
そうなのよね。だから4文字目も空じゃなくてそかもしれなくて。待って。
The debate stopped when Azusa narrowed her eyes down at the sheet of paper.
ねえ、春の空はそのままでいいとしてなんだけど、足をあって読んでいいんなら続きはあかねになる。春の空、あかね？あかねってあかね色？春の空ってピンクなイメージじゃない？あかね色ってどっちかっていうと秋っぽい感じ。そうだね。あと夕方のイメージかな、色的に。あかね色イコールオレンジって感じで。
Could it be one of the paintings in the house?
でもおじいさまは春の空にあかねを添えた。 昼間の空じゃないって意味？春の夕方、それとも春にオレンジ色で見える何か。
Asusa and Chihaya suddenly lifted their heads and cried out in unison. Of course. Then they looked at each other. Chihaya giggled and Asusa bashfully turned away. But their cheeks were equally just as red.
何アーク何？アークトゥルスっていう星があるの。牛飼い座にある一等星でオレンジ色に輝くの。それで牛飼い座って春の星座だから。
See, the sky is a starry sky. It didn't necessarily have to refer to the sky during the day. If it meant the sky at night, the starry sky, then it could be something crimson up in it.
おお、綺麗につながるじゃないですか。これで合っていればね。でもそうなると。
Sure enough, even if this was correct, all we had gotten out of it was the name of a star. I couldn't imagine her grandfather had left behind a star for her. Maybe we go check the star chart in the secret room? Azusa? She sure sounded confident, even with the most likely comment tagged on. Yeah. Yes, there was.
考えてみれば、このパズル、この部屋で見つかったんだった。
Everyone present went along with what Asusa had pointed out and moved to the room we had only just discovered. She was right. There had been something called a celestial globe up there.
おじいさんがパズルをわざとここに残したんだとしたら、ますます関係ありそう。これ触ってもいい？
Asusa asked Chihaya when she approached the celestial globe. Was she intending to get the homeowner's consent just in case?
もちろん。一緒に調べましょう。
Chihaya stood next to Asusa and started to examine the globe, as if to tell her sister not to worry. They did live here together, so it was no wonder they had arrived at the same conclusion. With that, I checked a short distance away by the wall, and Hinata came up beside me. What's wrong?
今のうちにちょっと。
Hinata's gaze aligned with Asusa's, who was watching Chihaya examine the celestial globe beside her.
今は千早様と連絡が取れるんですよね。
For the moment being, anyway. There's no telling how long this would last. I assumed that we would become increasingly estranged the further along our wedding preparations became.
私が内通者じみた真似をする必要もうないのかと思ったんですけど。
Yeah, thank you. Even if she learned something new about Chihaya's situation, there was no point telling me anything anymore. It would be futile, especially if it was related to her life as a newlywed.
二重スパイとして続けることになるかも。
Huh? I turned to Hinata at that unexpected comment, who looked visibly displeased and could only grimace under my gaze.
今日のこと、木戸さんに報告したんですよね。
Yeah, did he say anything to you?
昨日顔を合わせた時に、純也くんと千早さんとは別にどんなものが見つかったか教えてほしいって。
Wonder if he doesn't trust us. Did Kido-san think that I or Chihaya would hide it from him if we found something here? Or maybe assume we would find something that was worth hiding? That couldn't be, right? Anyway, thanks for telling me, but are you sure you should have?
木戸さんが北条家を継ぐなら、伊勢家としてはその絵に沿うべきなんでしょうけど。
Hinata looked rather disappointed when she spoke, then turned her attention back to Chihaya.
私個人としては、あの人にまで便利に使われたくないので、千早様のお守りだけで十分。
I see. Yeah, Chihaya would be fine if Hinata was with her. Didn't need to worry.
あれあ、やだ
Huh? My attention shifted from Hinata to the sound Chihaya had made and
千早壊しましたか
that our princess screwed something up.
違う。これもともと動きそう。押し込めるようになってる。
Compared to her sister, Azusa remained calm and placed her hand over the spot Chihaya had just been touching.
ちょうどアークトゥルスのところだし。
Azusa put some force behind her fingertip and deliberately pushed into the celestial globe. A part of the globe opened and revealed a cavity inside. So it's designed to hold something inside.
驚いた。こんな仕掛けがあったなんて。凝りすぎだってば。
ねえ、なんか空っぽじゃない？
Huh? If so, that would be pretty anticlimactic.
確かに空です。ただし封筒が一通。
Mizura, tell us that first. You call it empty if there's an envelope.
中身が遺書や権利書なら立派なお宝ですよ。そうね。だとすると、ねえ、純也。
Oh, you don't mean... Was it her grandfather's will? Chihaya and I looked over at Azusa. Pulling a book? Yes.
開けてみればわかるでしょ。
How's it going, Melty?
孫に向けた手紙かもしれないし。
You're right. I moved Mizura aside, took the envelope out of the celestial globe, and handed it to Azusa.
私が開けていいわけ。開ければわかるとは言ったけど。
Why would I want a story in video games? Where's the thrill? You shouldn't want the story in a video game. That's why you play Suicide Squad. Sure. I assume that was the obvious choice, right, Chihaya? I sought the approval of the other grandchild, and she nodded back reassuringly, as if to say, of course it is.
"開けて。一緒に見ましょう。そういうことなら。
It's the best Rocksteady game that you've played? I'll believe you. Azusa removed the contents from the envelope and opened it up. Chihaya stood directly next to her and scanned over the document from over her shoulder. An Anthem is the best Bioware game that you've played. Really? You really have the rotten finger, huh? From what I could see, it looked like an ordinary letter on a piece of generic stationery.
嘘。高や。
What? What the? Why was my brother's name the first thing that came out of Azusa's mouth?
ちょっと待ってね。
Oh? Chihaya also couldn't hide her surprise, but she nestled against Azusa to help her remain upright.
しっかり。でも。
Azusa had gone pale. Whatever was in that letter was quite shocking.
何これ。どういうこと。
Uh-oh. Chihaya was left speechless, looking at the same contents as Azusa. A second later,
純也。どうしよう。これ。
She looked at me reliantly, but the degree of surprise etched across her face was far from what I was used to. What does it say?
読み上げてもいいものかしら。
Next, Chihaya's eyes shifted back and forth between Azusa and the letter. I was worried Azusa was going to topple over at any second, from how Chihaya was holding her, but she gave a stiff nod in
聞か
response.
せた方がいいと思うけどごめん私には無理。
I mean, if it's about my brother and Misara is here too, she should know as well. Azusa's hand clung to Chihaya's arm. Chihaya looked at Azusa worriedly, then turned back to me. Her eyes seemed to ask me if he was okay, and I silently nodded back.
じゃあ読むね。
We exchanged a brief nod, and Chihaya tensely read the letter aloud.
この手紙を見つけるのはおそらく千早だろう。ここに最後の鍵を入れていたが、どうやらこのパズルが解かれることはなさそうだ。
The key, but it was empty now.
だが水本孝也という若者との偶然の交流によって奇跡が起きた。
My brother. I couldn't help but exclaim, and I didn't miss the uneasy look on Mizura's face from off to the side. Chihaya paused as if to say she understood, then nodded over at me once more. Was that the part Azusa was surprised about too? But how? Why was my brother involved in this?
続けて大丈夫？
Yeah. I answered on reflex, then looked over at Misura. Her expression was stiff, but she nodded at me all the same. Maino-chan was also nestling up to her. Would she be alright?
じゃあ続けるね。
Chihaya helped to support Azusa again, then looked back down at the letter.
彼はルナの居場所を知っていたのだ。今はあずさと名前を変えているそうだ。いい名前だ。彼に頼んで鍵を届けてもらうことにした。私にできるせめてものことだと思っている。
I've seen the key in the memory.
二人が共に鍵を探し出し、二人で共に星空にたどり着くよう願っている。北条忠道、はい。
My brother was supposed to deliver it to Azusa. Why would my brother do that? Was it part of a handyman job? I didn't recall ever hearing about anything like this.
私、鍵なんて受け取ってない。
Azusa had gone pale and was shaking her head repeatedly.
そんなの知らない。もらってない。
Oh
高
man.
谷からなんて何も渡されてないよ。どうして？
He definitely was murdered. It's not even a question anymore, I think. Hey Cyan, how are you? This was strange. If my brother had that key in his possession, then he would have most certainly delivered it. You thought that like 5 hours into the game? Yeah, but it was just a working theory. Or it was just a baseless theory. Just like, oh yeah, I'm sure these people are not good people. Yes. We had sex in inside the fishbowl. A giant fishbowl. There was a shrink ray. With or without the glasses? With glasses, absolutely. This was Takaya Mizumoto, you know. If someone asked him to do something, then he saw it through to the end. Or should have, anyway.
落ち着いて。これはあくまで手紙の内容。事実はまた違うかもしれないから。
In spite of her bewilderment, Chihaya encouraged and supported Azusa as best as she could. Strenuously, as a big sister trying to stand by her little sister.
冷静に。冷静に。ね。検証しましょう。
After waiting patiently off to the side, Hinata stepped forward and entered my peripheral vision. Chihaya was trying to get her feelings across to Azusa without my or Hinata's help, and I'd imagined her attendant realized as much. I waited with bated breath for Chihaya to speak. It felt like the only thing I could do.
おじいさまがわざわざ残してくださった手紙なんだから。
Chihaya's eyes went back and forth, tracing along the contents of the letter several times. Had she overlooked anything? Were there no other hints? That was what she seemed to be looking for.
こういうのって第三者に見られた場合に備えて、そう、フェイクが仕込んである可能性だって考えられるし。
Oh, cool. Was it, is it a crossover again, or is this one original? Like, just in this game? I'm surprised they're not adding Blitzball. Or maybe they are, but... 11 again? Oh, wait. Not again. It was 12, right? It's Tower Tactics, I guess. The Evilise is, I guess it's 12 and Tactics, so I wouldn't know which one there. Kind of a crossover with all of it? All of the Evilise? Okay. Weird, but okay. Chihaya fell deep in thought, partially answering her own question while trying to reason with the rest of us.
もしかしたら思わぬ行き違いだってあるかもしれない。
Tactic is just all humans. I guess it is. Is it? The relevant people, absolutely. Yeah. I was looking at the box art. It is all humans. Who knew? I never noticed. The box art on PSP.
行き違い。おじいさまも普通の人間。あなたも私も高谷さんだってそう。万能じゃない。
Azusa's expression shifted for a moment when she heard my brother's name, but she stayed silent and waited for Chihaya to continue.
誰にも先のことは見えないし、何もかも完璧に手を打っておくことなんて不可能だから。現に高谷さんは不慮の事故に遭われた。本人も予期しないタイミングでこの世を去らなければならなかった。
Yeah, that was true. As perfect as my brother was on the outside, even he couldn't prevent that accident.
だから私のところにその鍵が届いていない。ええ。あ、ほら、ここを見て。
Although she responded to Azusa, Chihaya looked over the letter again and gestured toward the edge of the stationery.
この日付。これ、高谷さんが事故に遭われる前日。
What did you say? I obviously couldn't stand it anymore and approached the siblings. Azusa scanned the document and slowly nodded.
間違いない。私だって嫌だけど覚えてる。ちょうど1日前。
And somehow that means Chihaya's grandfather, Tadamichi Ojo-san, created a puzzle for his grandchildren to find a hidden key. For whatever reason, that key was passed along to my brother, to Takaya Mizumoto, to give to his granddaughter, Azusa Satomi. However, that key never made it to Azusa. It's possible that the key was still in his custody at the time of his accident? Maybe it was the same as the phenomenon we had encountered at the stations, and whatnot while we were collecting the keywords. Had some sort of discrepancy occurred in the time between when her grandfather wrote the letter and now? If so, if that key really had been passed along to my brother, where was it now?
手紙の最後のくだりも気になる。二人が共に鍵を探し出し、二人で共に星空にたどり着くよう願っているとあるけれど、星空。
Yeah, I guess I got close to them. Stars again, huh? The room my brother had been looking for as part of Azusa's work request, one that was tied to her childhood. Or perhaps the spring constellation that had guided us to this letter today. Did this mean there was yet another starry sky somewhere out there? Stars. You want stars? I'll give you stars. I hadn't seen this in ages. This was a dream. This was the moment of the accident. There's the key right there. Yeah. Oh? Just now, something. Someone just took something. Kido-san. It is. It has. It can't. It was something I had seen many times before. Not my imagination, but something that was supposed to have actually happened. Had I overlooked it before, or was it a case of the pieces finally coming together? It had been there, all that time, at that time, in that place. The key. Sure. Sorry, I had you come all the way here.
高谷 さんにお線香もあげたかったから。
Before I was at the accident site, yesterday at the old estate, and today at my own house, I never imagined I would get to see Chihaya this much. Our prior temporary lapse in contact almost seemed unreal. Talk about ironic. Me no longer being allowed to set foot on Hojo property had made it so Chihaya could openly visit my house instead.
ひょっとしてまだ寝てたの？私ちょっと早く来すぎた。
Chihaya's gaze shifted to the top of my head. Bad head, huh? No, I just overslept.
それならいいんだけど、なんだか顔色も良くない気がする。
It just looks that way because I haven't washed my face yet, that's all.
無理はしないでね。
Chihaya looked concerned. Could she tell that I'd had a nightmare? It was fairly difficult to hide how you really felt from the people around you.
順にまだ目が覚めてないならきついの一発言っとく。
Enough with the axe kicks already, seriously.
みそらちゃん、はいこれお土産。うお、鏡スイーツのマンカラー。いやー、いつ見てもラブチル。あざーす。これアイノにもお裾分けしていい？今日会うんだ。もちろんいいわよ。学校？そうなの、まだあるの。こんな暑くなってきてるんだからさ、もう夏休みでもよくない？
No skipping, alright?
もう分かってるよ。そんな不良じゃありません。というわけで帰ってきたら高兄の遺品捜索大作戦、私たちも手伝うから、それまでよろしく。ええ、いってらっしゃい。
The key Chihaya's grandfather was said to have left in my brother's care. There hadn't been anything like that when I sorted through my brother's mementos before. It was only natural that I searched through his belongings one more time, but I never thought I'd be doing this with Chihaya. Azusa was especially eager to come over, but she had to go to work and couldn't change it. Hinata and Shunryu had their own errands to take care of first, and both Misara and Aino-chan had class. I guess it was fine, since this particular task didn't require a lot of people.
Oh, Chihaya-san, いらっしゃい。
Yeah, and now we're pretending like, what's her name doesn't even exist anymore. I really don't understand why she was in that other scene.
おはようございます、おじさま。お邪魔しております。先日はせっかくお越しくださったのに、父が失礼をいたしまして申し訳ございませんでした。
いやいや、元はといえばうちの具足がしでかしたこと、重ねてお詫び申し上げる。
When my old man bowed to Chihaya, I assumed a similar stance. The very night I learned my dad had visited Chihaya's father to apologize on my behalf, I fell to my hands and knees to express my heartfelt gratitude for what he had done. And I felt guilty all over again when he bowed to Chihaya right in front of me.
いえ、純也くんは私の境遇を見かねて行動してくださっただけですから。今日こうしてここへお邪魔できるのも彼のおかげです。感謝しています。
Really did appreciate the sentiment, but results suggest that I had probably broken even.
とはいえ、筋は通さなければ。お父様には重ね重ね水元が詫びていたとお伝えください。
もちろん伝えさせていただきます。さあ、頭をお上げになって。
ご温情痛み入ります。
はいはい、もうみんなお互い悪気はなかったって分かってんでしょ。だったらおしまい、お開き。いつまで堅苦しく頭下げ合ってんの。
Misara, there very well may never be an end to this, but it was amazing how poorly she had read the mood.
私も出なきゃだけど、あとはみんな仲良く水に流して。オッケー。
Chihaya and Dad were taken aback. Then they gave a strange smile.
まったく、この年になってなお子供に教えられることが多いよ。
みそらちゃん、ありがとう。みそらちゃんにはかなわないね。
このうちで一番の実力者を目指してるからね、私。
Is on the right track? Was this youth, or possibly the manifestation of her mommy mentality? Mommy mentality?
それにしても本当に思いもかけないことになったね。
You said it. Thanks to Mizuna, she put an end to the battle of apologies between me, my old man, and Chihaya. After Chihaya offered the incense at my brother's altar, we finally got down to brass tacks.
さて、どこから手をつければいい？指示して。
Chihaya behaved as she usually did. When we were dealing with the deceased person's personal belongings, after all, it was given that she would want permission from his family first. Before we get into that, I'd like to talk to you about something.
私に？ここでわざわざ言い出したってことは、高谷さんに関わる話？
Yeah. I told her about the dream I'd woken up from. The one I had shortly before she commented on how pale I looked. Now that we were alone, I felt it necessary to explain this missing key business to her while I had the chance. There are parts of my memory that are still fuzzy, and it's possible some of it was overwritten from wishful thinking.
純也にしてはずいぶん最初から言い訳を用意してない？私じゃないんだからはっきりして。
Say that about yourself, Chihaya. As tempting as it was, this wasn't the time for me to poke fun at her. Out of all the things she could have said, just say it wasn't one of them, though.
大丈夫。純也の言うことなら、私どんなことでも信じるから。
Yeah. It wasn't like I didn't question how she had total and complete faith in me. A childhood friend who trusted me completely, even when I was second-guessing myself, was a welcome change. And it meant even more knowing she was the person I loved most, even though we could never be. I may have seen the key at the scene of the accident. Chihaya's expression immediately went rigid when the words fell from my lips.
ごめんなさい。確かにそれは私が同じ立場でも不安になりそう。
Hinata had suggested to me that Chihaya may have blocked out the memory of being separated from Azusa at a young age in order to emotionally protect herself. Could she say that because she had a personal experience? Also, was I in a similar situation? It was a dicey subject, to say the least. Setting aside whether my dream is right or wrong, the site of where the accident took place had been permanently seared into my brain long before I learned about the key. Let's just assume that helped me recognize it. But I really do think I saw that key in the middle of the road immediately after the accident happened.
それがおじいさまの残した鍵と同じものかもしれない。
I can't say for sure, but now that I know your grandfather gave it to Takaya,
可能性は大きいということね。わかった。事実という前提で考えましょう。
Chihaya really did trust me unconditionally and couldn't even begin to explain how good it felt for her to agree with me with zero hesitation.
でもそうなると。
She mused aloud while surveying the room.
ここには鍵がないことにならない？
Yes, if the key hadn't been at the site, then it was difficult to imagine that it would be here. that Takaya had left it behind in his own room. It would mean that my brother had the key on his person at the time of the accident.
あるとすれば警察？
No, all of his mementos should have been returned to us, and those are all here. However, it most likely wasn't here. If anything, that meant the police hadn't picked up the key when they were investigating the site of the accident.
まさかとは思うけど、今も事故現場に落ちてるなんてことは。
Definitely not. We visited that place plenty of times ourselves. Would I overlook a key unless I were cautiously searching for it? That seemed unlikely to me. The police should have done a thorough inspection of the site as well. Also, this is also fuzzy to me, but I think someone picked it up.
それも思い出したの？夢で見た？
Yeah. I nodded and Chihaya rested her chin in her hand, appearing deep in thought. I wouldn't have been shocked if this had been difficult for her to believe.
事故直後でしょ？騒ぎになってたはずの場所でそんなことする人がいるの？
Yeah, I guess it would be difficult for Chihaya to picture a looter being there. Sadly to say, there are very much more people like that in this world.
いたとしてもそれは拾得物として交番に届けて、ああ、ダメか。届けられてたとしても私たちには鍵の見た目もわからないんだった。
More or less. Someone had turned it in, that was. Well, if that were the case, then we could start our search by reaching out to the local police. Whichever the case, the one possibility that kept becoming increasingly likely was that it wasn't here. That was why I had told her this.
念のためもう一度探すという話に変更はなしよね。
It might wind up being a wasted effort, but are you okay with that? Now that I had told her about my dream, I worried of the potential for preconceived notions and we would do a poor job searching through Takaya's belongings.
より注意深く念入りに見落としがないように探せばいいのよね。
We appeared to be on the same wavelength. Man, childhood friends like her really were hard to come by. Huh? Let's do it. If we could rule out the possibility that the key wasn't here, then that would bring us one step closer to our goal. I had to hype myself up somehow, or else the search for something that may or may not have been here would be utterly depressing. What's more, and I couldn't tell Chihaya this, but I had been feeling down in the dumps ever since I woke up. As for why, it was because I realized that I'd failed to act all over again.
やっぱりなさそうね。
Looks like it. Chihaya and I had split the work, only taking a brief lunch break in the middle. We carefully and exhaustively examined each and every one of Takaya's mementos. To examine every nook and cranny as a team meant we had double-checked the entirety of the space. A similar practice I exercised at work to reduce the odds of making a mistake, but even then we hadn't found a key or anything that resembled one.
こうなると次は純也が見た夢のお告げに従うべき？
Oracle.
そう考えた方が気が楽じゃない？
Was she worried I had been suffering from nightmares? It felt like she was being overly considerate of me.
あの事故現場で鍵を拾った人がいる。その前提で該当者を探すの。
A manhunt, huh? Suigendo occasionally received requests like that, but a detective would be better suited for the task. Besides, if it was related to that accident, there may have been people who had heard the collision and came to check on us, but I doubt that anyone would have been present at the actual moment the accident occurred. I had also heard the police and looked for witnesses, but hadn't gotten their hands on any strong testimony. Wasn't it when we see the memory? Oh. Yeah, there's a car on the side. I thought this was a collision against a car or something. What is this? There's a version with and without the key. Yeah, those are definitely not my brother's shoes. That's definitely this guy's suit. Definitely guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. How am I missing so many scenes? A worried expression arose to Chihaya's face. Could it be that because I hadn't given her a clear answer? It's nothing like that. Even I knew how hopeless this was. I really could only give her half-hearted responses at this point too.
あの日のことを思い出しても辛いだけなのはそのよくわかるから無理しなくていいけど
No, I finally remembered. I'd like to at least put that to some use. I felt exhausted and sat down in place. This was pathetic of me, but I was kind of wiped out. If only I could remember their face. It wasn't just my brother. I couldn't protect the key either. I clenched my dominant hand tightly into a ball. I felt no pain. If anything, I was impatient.
そんなこと言わないで
Chihaya sat on her knees beside me and appeared to be fighting back tears.
あの時純也は鍵のことなんて知らなかったでしょそれに純也だって怪我をして動けなかったんだから無理よ鍵を守るなんて
Yes, that's true. Even if it were true, that was all the more reason. If only I had stood up and immediately gotten a full grasp of the situation. There was a throbbing pain in the back of my head. It was almost like the part of me that had been injured in the accident was asserting itself, telling me not to forget it was there. If I had been stronger, then maybe they wouldn't have made off with the key. My brother might still be alive. Every attempt to push those feelings away came rushing back to the surface, and I could hear the voice that had tormented me since the accident. Nobody would say it to me. No one dared put it into words. They would be considerate and ask how I was doing, but no one would ever say it out loud to me. Pretty much the only one to ever be straightforward and blame me had been Asusa. For that one brief moment, it felt like I have found salvation even.
純也
In that case, I'd at least like to make use of this memory. There it is again. All I knew was that the key was Here, no matter how hard I tried to think positively, all that came of it was an ever-increasing sense of futility. Where was it then? Where was it? That was what I wanted to know. Having all these random thoughts in my head when I can't even piece together whether that was a dream, a daydream, or a real memory. So frustrating.
Junya,
There was no way my brother would sit and whine about a lost key if he were here, and he'd actually find the damn thing. Wasn't that why people trusted him so much, and why your grandfather gave it to him in the first place?
Junya! 私もその場にいたらと考えてしまうよ。
Chihaya drew close and took my hand. I couldn't help but wonder why she suddenly cradled my hand in her own. It wasn't until then that I realized my hands were shaking and drenched in sweat.
あの事故現場にいたらすぐにジュリアを助けられたかもしれないのにとか、おじいさまが高谷さんに鍵を預けたという場に私がいたらとかね。おじいさまはどうして私じゃなく高谷さんに鍵を預けたのって疑問だって感じる。
That's...
わかってる。おじいさまは多分私たちをびっくりさせようと思って隠してただけだろうなって。誰にでもどうしようもないこと、後悔してもどうにもならないことってあるんじゃない？
You and Chihaya had regrets, like with the maid, for example. Was she trying to nestle up to me because we were the same?
疲れてると考えが暗くなってしまうものよ。純也、ちゃんと寝てないでしょ？
Maybe not. Was Chihaya trying to say that I was being held at the mercy of my memories? That this was all the fault of my dreams?
一区切りついたんだし、少し寝直したら？休めば気分もすっきりするんじゃない？あ、なんだったら私の膝を貸してあげましょうか？膝枕一度やってみたかったのよね。
Well, once your legs fall asleep too, you won't like it. Tell me, how could I do something so embarrassing? I had no idea when Misura or my dad, who was currently out on a job, would be back. We were only alone for a short time. What's more, Chihaya had a fiancé. He was already involved with someone else.
他人行儀ね。純也は私にもっと甘えてくれていいのに。
Best in the warmth I felt from Chihaya's hand for a while. I didn't know for how much longer I would be allowed to feel this warmth of hers, and I felt something welling up from the depths of my heart. Chihaya. And then?
ただいまー。ジュニー、ちーちゃん、はかどってる？
Damn it.
お邪魔します。
Well, I practically jumped to my feet on reflex. Chihaya did the same. That sounded like Mizura and Aino-chan. They came back together.
もうそんな時間？はあ、驚いた。
He's right. I mean, it wasn't like we were doing anything wrong, but it was bad for my heart.
ジュニー、ちーちゃん、何の？ここってきたから一緒に食べない？
少し頭を冷やさない？せっかくのご好意だし。
Yeah, why don't we? We were liable to have the blood rush to our heads at the rate we were going, so it was perfect timing, I guess. No. The next day I visited the library with Chihaya. Where was the key now? Had there really been someone at the site of the accident who would have made off with it? Those were the sorts of questions echoing throughout my mind, which made me question the situation and particulars around the accident entirely.
事故当時の資料が閲覧できるとしたら、まずはここでしょ。
Good idea. Going to ask the police was also an option, especially as one of the bereaved, but there was no guarantee they would willingly share all the details of their investigation with me. I don't want all the details, just did you find the key or not? Besides that, it would be impossible to ask them if the key had been turned in when we didn't even know what it looked like. You said you saw it in your dream, so you know what it looks like. I know what it looks like. That brought us to here. Where newspapers and the like were stolen.
我が町では図書館がきちんと維持されていてよかったわ。
Huh? Why was Ichinashi-san here? What's going on? Doesn't she work here? She seemed to be having a meeting at the table behind the counter with a man and a woman.
ああ、取材かしら。
Chihaya followed my gaze and likely made sense of the situation Ishinashi-san was involved in. Interview.
テーブルの上を見て、レコーダーが置かれてる。
Oh, you're right. She was speaking to a man and a woman. The silver rectangular device was pointing toward Ishinashi-san on the table, just like Chihaya had mentioned. The smartphone placed immediately beside it was roughly the same
お
size.
父様があんな風にインタビューを受けてる様子を何度か見たことがあるの。横にあるスマホでも予備として録音してるのかも。だから静かにね。
Huh. Now that she mentioned it, phones did have tape recorder functions, huh? I had no idea journalists used them for interviews. For that matter, she didn't have to tell me to be quiet in the library. That was just common sense. Ichinashi-san also took notice of us and offered a quick bow while she answered the interviewer's questions. Chihaya and I quickly bowed back, then kept our distance, so that we wouldn't disturb her. A short time later, we went to give her a proper greeting.
ごめんなさいね。スミソラ・ルーキーズさんの取材を受けている最中だったの。
Oh, that town magazine? I'm the one who should apologize for the interruption.
大丈夫よ。もう済んだから。それで、今日はどんなご用で？
We're looking into something. We had taken a look around while Ishinashi-san was in her interview, but we still hadn't found what we were after. Even now, while I was busy talking with Ishinashi-san, Ishihaya was still off browsing the local history section. This is a topic that may not put you into a particularly great mood either, Ishinashi-san. Maybe that preface had been too much, as Ishinashi-san gave me an increasingly probing look.
わざわざそんな断りを入れるということは、ほぼ間違いなく高谷絡みの話をして私を泣かせようという魂胆？
Well, I guess it is. No, that's not right.
冗談よ。それで、高谷に関する何が知りたいの？
Ishinashi-san had a close relationship with my brother. I was afraid of touching a nerve even more delicate than my own, but how serious was she? Actually, I wanted to learn more about what happened on the day of his accident.
あら、あなた以上に詳しい人なんていないと思うのだけど。
Yes, I suppose. I guess it was a given she would say that, considering I was his passenger, huh?
例えばそうね。ここにあるものであの事故を取り扱っているとしたら地元紙ぐらいなんだけど。ちょっと待ってて。あ、 彼女さんにもこっちへ来るように伝えて。陛下の方にあるのよ。
Alright. The restricted section, huh? No wonder why we couldn't find anything. They were stored on shelves we didn't have access to. Why would you have newspapers in a restricted section? She was treating Chihaya like my girlfriend?
何？どうしたの？
Nothing. Ishinashi-san said they have what we may be looking for, but it's likely in the restricted section.
ああ、そういうこと。よかった。助かるわね。
Chihaya and I still look that way when we were together, even now.
はい、どうぞ。あの事故の翌日の朝刊よ。
Thank you very much. I took in a deep breath when Ishinashi-san spread out the newspaper in front of me. The date of issue on the newspaper sheet set on the table was indeed the day after the accident.
ジュンヤ、私が見ようか？
No, that's alright. I didn't want to make Chihaya worry any more than she already had, and I internally scolded myself for being afraid of flipping open a newspaper. Even so, the relevant article jumped straight out at me without me actively searching for it. It was a tiny article, barely the length of a column, that highlighted local incidents.
通り一遍のことしか書いていないと思うけど。
Indeed. An accident happened in such and such a place, and certain someone died. It wasn't so standardized as to call it boilerplate, but it was fairly standard. Oh, no picture. That's a problem. We could have used that. They knew the course of events surrounding the accident and the victim's name, but nothing especially egregious was printed. Is there really nothing else? Ishinashi-san had been waiting off to the side and tilted her head quizzically when I posed that question to her.
どうして今になってそんなに気にするの？
Well, I turned to Chihaya and shot her a look with my eyes, silently asking if he was okay, and earned a nod in return. It's possible something was taken from the accident, something that my brother was entrusted with.
高谷が預かっていたもの。
Ishinashi-san blinked repeatedly.
それを探してるの？見つけてどうしたいの？純也くんが思い出したの？
Yeah, I suppose you could say I want to find and return it to its rightful owner. What was this feeling? It was strange how she was questioning me like this. That was my imagination, right?
そういうことならお役に立てるかもしれないわ。
Huh? Ishinashi-san smiled sweetly, then held out a magazine she seemed to have been holding behind her back.
これは私も確証を得ていない話なのだけど。
Going by the date on the cover, it was an older issue of a weekly magazine that was published last year.
たまたま読んだものなんだけどね。はい、このページを見て。
Is she smiling more? She looks kind of creepy right now. She opened the page marked with a sticky note and pointed. What? This is... The photo of a place I recognized was printed on a 2-page black and white spread. It was the accident site. And the bombastic printed headline was Puzzling Eyewitness Reports.
あの事故が週刊誌で？そんな記事になっていたんですか？
It seemed to be the first time Chihaya had seen this as well. Naturally, the same went for me. When in the world had this been written?
この2ページだけ一度きりの特集で部数も少ない本だからほとんど話題にならなかったみたいよ。知らなくても無理ないと思う。特にこの地域ではね、話題にできなかった理由があるの。
Even though it's an accident that happened in this city? I asked while skimming through the article. It started off with an overview of the accident. That wasn't especially different from what was reported in the newspaper, but...
政界の有力者が関与か。
It's cool that it goes like this. And it's not just my memory is incriminating evidence? Chihaya peeked over, read the subheader, and quietly gasped.
この辺りで有力者といえばね、大きな声では言えないでしょ。
It couldn't become news in this area, especially not somewhere that fell under Representative Ojo's jurisdiction, huh? And his daughter was sitting beside me, but this was...
悪質な憶測記事と思いたい内容ね。お父様はご存知なのかしら。
Chihaya scanned over the article as well, and seemed to have come to the same conclusion I had. It certainly piqued your curiosity. According to the article, the eyewitness to the accident retracted his testimony. It continued, at first there was testimony that stated there was another car other than the two involved in the accident. In other words, there was someone who appears to be the driver of the third vehicle present. However, it also said, according to the police at the time of questioning, the witness stated he hadn't seen anything, was mistaken, and then immediately retracted his testimony.
目撃者の証言した3台目の車及び運転手が地元に大きな影響力を持つ某代議士の関係者であったため、もみ消し工作に多額の現金が動いたのではないかと推測されるですって。いつの時代の政治家像なのかしら。まったく。
So as far as this mysterious eyewitness testimony went, it was your stereotypical inflammatory article that skillfully avoided making any direct accusations and could be read in such a way that the publisher would avoid being sued for slander. To avoid any issues with defamation or otherwise in the event the article was in error, it hadn't named anyone specifically. It hadn't, but this almost makes it sound like, you know.
ええ、お父様だと特定できる形で。ありえない。あってほしくないわ。
I was sure Chihaya felt that way. Even I hoped for the same. After all, this made it sound like the Ojo family was involved in my brother's accident.
でもね、実在してるの。
Ishinashi-san said it so simply that not only I, but Chihaya also was late to respond. Real? Who's real, Ichinashi-san?
この記事に書かれてる目撃者の人、私知ってるんです。
Huh? Before my brain could comprehend what I'd been told, another customer called for Ishinashi-san.
すみません、係の方ですか？ちょっと探し物があってお尋ねしたいんですが。
あ、はい。少しだけお待ちいただけますか？
Before either of us could interject, Ishinashi-san jotted something down on a nearby notepad and held it out to us.
これ、目撃した人の住所。私の紹介といえば会ってもらえると思うから。
But...
それじゃあまたね、純也くん。行っちゃったね。
Yeah. I looked at the note she had halfway pushed onto me. There was indeed a certain man's name and address written in there in beautiful handwriting.
そう遠くはないし、行ってみる？
Yes, I guess that's our only real choice. Ishinashi-san had already gone back to her real job and was dealing with another visitor. It didn't feel like we could catch up to her and ask her about this a second time. Talk about extraordinary, though. Once we reeled in our line, the bow of our ship sure had been dragged in an unexpected direction, and in an equally unexpected form. I think today's the day where we finally learn it.
狐につままれたような気分ってこういうもの？
We'll see. break time, I guess. I'll be right back. Hey! Where do you think you're going, mister? Hello, Thro. How are you? I was remembering that I wanted to see the scores for Little Big Adventure. For the Little Big Adventure remake. I guess there are no scores. Oh well. Well, let's just keep going. Probably. I am. How's it going, Thro? We headed toward the address listed on the note Ishinashi-san had given us after we left the library, and we couldn't deny the evident spring in our steps. It goes well, still a little sick. How about you? An eyewitness that shouldn't have been there, huh?
市橋さん、どうしてそれを知ってたのかな。
Didn't get a chance to ask, unfortunately.
あれ以上お仕事の邪魔をするわけにはいかなかったものね。
You need to get more rest. No, it's just my... I just, guess I was outside for like 5 minutes. Friend came over, and then when I escorted her out, we were talking in the street before she got in the car and left. And then I was sick in the nighttime. So. That's it. We made all the bubble boy jokes yesterday. Thank Christ you were born in this century, because in any other time in history you'd be a victim of survival of the fittest. I still am. Just not so harshly. Or maybe in another century I would actually have antibodies. Because I wouldn't be able to stay home all night. I don't know. Nature versus nurture, right? We would have lost David to the Black Plague within 5 seconds of it hitting Europe? Maybe, maybe. It is very likely. What's up with you, Throw? What's been on the menu? Ooh, Lego Horizon. We're nearly losing you to 5 minutes of being outside, so I'd say it's pretty certain. Maybe. Boot up Lego Horizon on my brand new PS5 Pro, and the first question, quality of performance. Motherfuckers didn't bother optimizing it for Pro. I thought the Pro would do it on its own. I guess it can't. Sony just never stops winning? Well, I have something to tell you, though. I bought a new Xbox. Here it is. This is an Xbox. So, I have 2 Xboxes now. Look, here's another one. I just wanted to give them money. It is what it is. Thought that was your old Xbox. Sony? I think Sony right now is just really lucky. Because it's competing with no one. There's a lot of self-sabotage on every side. But you can't. Getting to the levels of self-sabotage Xbox does is just incredible. So Sony keeps on keeping on. We'll see what the Switch is like. Switch 2. Not only are they not competing with anyone, Xbox is literally on their team, it seems. Xbox is the most pro PlayStation group I've ever seen. Yep. Did you see Dustin was like, oh, this is an Xbox podcast? And it was Sacred Symbols image. They titled their current podcast that, yeah. Oh, they did? Oh, I didn't know that. I only saw an image. Because, obviously I haven't seen the podcast early. I guess what he tweeted was the thumbnail then. That's funny. The wins just keep on piling up. We are. You trying to mimic Anif? Yeah. I haven't touched my Xbox since I played since Cement gave me that Game Pass month in which we played all the Halos and all the Gears. I need to clean it. It's fine. It's covered up. Yeah, that's what I saw. Well, it didn't look like this, but it was the same image. It was like the letters were differently, spread out different. They are great games. I would love to. I would love to play those on PlayStation if they ever are remastered. Stalky? I remember the days of Halo 3 and Halo Reach multiplayer? Yeah, Halo 3 was so good. Played way too much Halo 4 multiplayer. I played a lot of Halo 3. I played Halo 3 almost the entire time since it launched up until Reach launched. So that was a lot of Halo 3 multiplayer. Then people kind of moved on to Reach, and I didn't like the armor abilities, so I kind of was like, nah, not for me. No, like, no armor abilities, and, there was more. I don't know. There was more that I didn't like, but I can't remember too much. Played a lot of Reach too. When Reach came out, I would rather just ask people to play Firefight. On ODST. ODST is my favorite Halo, by the way. By far. Halo 3 ODST Firefight is great. It's incredible. The last Halo I played was 3 on 360. Yep. Yeah, I mean, Firefight in ODST. I didn't really care for Reach. Never played 3 and on. Huh. Halo Wars is like RTS? It's not like RTS, it is an RTS. Halo Wars is great. I loved it. I streamed it. We beat it. We beat it on a stream. Great fun. By the way, I still think Gears Tactics. Hello, Arrogance. How are you? Everyone should be a Nathan Fillion dick writer. Gears Tactics is such a great game. It's one of those games that I really, really am salty still about it bugging out on me and not letting me progress. Because I loved it. It was such a fun time. Bring it to PlayStation. I don't know what to play. XCOM? Like right now? Sure. Play Teeth Rhythm, Final Bar Line. But yeah, Gears Tactics is like XCOM, I guess? But it's so good. It'll come, you play it on PS5, you'll hit the same bug in that moment. I'll know the universe will be okay. Fuck you. Will it really be okay? I mean, I saw some of those cabinet nominations, not to get political. You guys are fucked. You guys are so fucked, and so are we. Because we're dependent on you. Yes, so dead. So dead is why I got so hyped about the new Gears and can't wait to get it and play it. The new Gears is a great idea. I think if they launch that and they put out a collection with the old ones, it'll be incredible. But yeah, I've been paying attention. It's not even it's not even the kind of thing you undo like 4 years later. Super Mario World is dead. Do you see it drop on the Steam charts? It's only been like 30 years, but seriously, that game is dead. Yeah? Absolutely. Also, like, I am very sad to say, but, Half-Life... not as, no one talks about how amazing it was to play Half-Life 1 anymore. Probably dead. It's definitely an unimportant franchise. Half-Life definitely dead. It honestly never really lived. It lived in the hearts and minds of the PC players. Then it came to console and we all realized it was just mediocre. But hey, did we get sold a lie? Absolutely. Yeah. Orange Box. 5 games, and only 1 is good. That is incredible. Portal? Yeah, of course. Is that it? Do you even need to ask? Bring back Portal game, you rat bastard. Yeah, 5 games, only 1 is good. That's the Orange Box. 5 games. What's the question? Playing a lot of Team Fortress 2 as well. I'm so sorry. I played 1 match. Actually, maybe probably 2. Probably 2. I might have tried to use a different character. Just to check it out. Yeah. Look, I get it. Some games live by the strength of their marketing, and Team Fortress 2 definitely had hilarious trailers that were good. Just like Overwatch has very cool trailers that make the game seem interesting. Just like if you watch Arcane, you're gonna think, "Oh my god, I gotta play this League of Legends game! Wow!" EA CEO seems like he's being courted to become the new Disney CEO. Stein Boys, Mickey Mouse and Man, and Luffy and the artist. For the artist formerly known as FIFA. You mean the game? Formerly known as FIFA? Yeah. I saw Elon Musk say he wanted to buy Disney, so it stopped being woke. You would laugh at it, but these days you're like, anything can happen. Who knows? Bring back Walt Disney? Bring back Walt Disney. Go revive the man. Have him star in a zombie flick or something. Dig up his body. Exactly. Dig up his body. I tried playing Diablo 3 with a friend. They ditched me after the first. They told me, "Oh, we're gonna play this, and we love this game. We're gonna play all of it. You can join us." And I did, and then we never set up a second gameplay session. Fuck them. Didn't be me. It wasn't you. No. It actually was my real life best friend. I should tell her I told her to get fucked on stream. Later. This zombie game with friends? Like Call of Duty zombies? I never played Diablo 2. I played 1 on PlayStation where it was meant to be played. I don't, not even I believe that. I played Diablo 1 on PlayStation 1. And I played that one session of Diablo 3. That's it. It's Blizzard on the shelf next to Bethesda as the most overrated devs in the industry. Nah, nothing gets as high as Bethesda on that shelf. By the way, I got super bored of Diablo, and yet I played all the way through a game that is basically exactly like Diablo, but with a good story. Because I know Diablo has good lore. I don't know if it's from the first one already, though. Path of Exile? No, I'm comparing games of the same generation. Blood Omen 1. Legacy of Pain. You've been fucking up the industry as long as literally anyone? Remember the Real Money Action House? How about the normalization of loot boxes with Overwatch? They're the killers and they are in the house. Yeah, but that's, at least whatever they do works. The Real Money Auction House works. The loot boxes in Overwatch, they work. The things Bethesda do, good or bad, they don't work. Someone needs to fix it for them. They also created the horse armor. So, the first skin. I'm sorry, Trau. Bethesda is the worst developer we have since ever. There's nothing can get to that high shelf, especially Melty. That's the highest shelf. Auction houses and loot boxes are 100 times more evil than horse armor. They wouldn't exist without the horse armor, though. The horse armor is the catalyst. Melty's not reaching any shelf ever. Damn. This point it was 18 years ago. This will release 3 games in 3 generations? So what? It's whatever at this point. Dude, I still remember the time. Back in my day, I spent ages unlocking costumes in Dead or Alive. Oh no, oh, is this one gonna be skimpier? I don't know. Let's unlock it. Nowadays you gotta just pay for them. So what, Ruben? Everyone loves GTA 5 and it's also on PS3, PS4, and PS5. Skyrim the Lunchbox? Yep. Skyrim is like an Xbox. Everything is Skyrim. Wait for PS6 and we'll get Horizon again? Absolutely. Yeah, and we also have The Last of Us. PS3, PS4? Is part 1 PS5? I don't even remember anymore. Yeah, okay. Well, there we go. It's the same game as well. And it will be on 6, absolutely. At least when they give it to us on 6, I hope you can at least toggle the graphics. Like original or part or like remade graphics. Since it's the exact same game, why not? Let me toggle those fucking graphics. I love a good toggle. Yeah. Very much didn't seem like there had been only 1 or 2 visitors that were waiting for her to be available. Got a toggle for you. Ring it. How were the speedruns for Astro? One person after another called out to Ishinashi-san with some inquiring about the location of a book, to the point it was almost incessant. I was sure those people had been wondering, is she ready yet? The whole time we were deep in our discussion.
うん。ここね。
Mihaya checked the note in her hand and stopped in place. Fun, Sam's playroom, or whatever it's called? Okay. Astro's playroom, yes. Someday I should go back to the playroom. Can probably get 1 or 2 more trophies in it. Probably not. I think I tried pretty hard. But I should try again. I feel like that was Astro in that game. Before he had a name. But it's been so long that maybe my memory's a little flimsy. It was Astro. You didn't play that, did you, Throw? Putting on that Astro sale? Didn't play what? The Playroom. Not Astro's Playroom. The Playroom. First I did on the Sony Pony? Oh, okay. I didn't know you had a PlayStation camera. Chihaya checked it on her hand and stopped in place. I stopped walking in kind. When Chihaya double-checked the name on the nameplate and gently tilted her head. What is it?
気のせいかもしれないんだけど。
Did you get all the trophies in it? The look in her eyes made it seem like she was trying to recall something important.
どこかで覚えがあるの。このお名前。ここまで出かかってるんだけど。
As I did, okay. I don't know. I mean, it's the game that came with a PS4, right? So I know you weren't hunting trophies in the PS3 era, so that's the thing right after it. Yeah, okay. Oh, it does count as an Astrobot game on PSN. Report these trophies as illegitimate. Oh, let's do that. What am I missing? Oh, I have 100. I have 100% on the base game. Oh, Toy Maker 0%. I needed a companion device, and I guess my phone didn't run the PlayStation app. My alien buddy, 100%. Ninja bots, 33%. Yeah, this is 0.1%. People have this? Holy shit. AR Studio, 0% as well. Shuriken Master thing was insane. I remember that. Forget the rest. Turn off the sweep nonsense. Let's do it. What, you want me to turn on the PS4? Hook up the camera? Hook it up to the capture card? Hook it up to the computer? Hook it up to the monitor? We're never streaming off the PS4 again, I can tell you that much. Unless my PlayStation 5 bursts into flame. No. Boot it up on PS5. The Playroom is not playable on the PS5. It requires the PlayStation 4 camera. I'm switching to Xbox. Well, good thing! I have an Xbox controller right here. I'm using it right now to play on this PlayStation. I mean, this Xbox. Chihaya pointed right to her tongue as she said that. You mean he's an acquaintance?
それがもう一つはっきり思い出せなくて。
We gotta be close to finishing this one though. Feeling her memory was fuzzy. Was it either an acquaintance from a really long time ago or someone she didn't have many opportunities to regularly get in contact with?
いいわ。会えばわかるでしょうし。名字だけなら偶然の一かもしれないし。
Man, it's weird. Since I've been trying to recreate my photography archive, it's incredible how I've forgotten so many things. Especially names of people I worked with only once or twice. Like there are people that I've shot that I basically can remember like the first letter of their name. Like, is this Claudia? Is this Carla? Is it what? What is this? Who is this person? And then it's completely wrong. People that I've shot with. I'm getting old, man. I can't remember people I worked with 10 years ago. Yeah, it's weird. There's this guy on TV, like an afternoon show presenter, like the kind of afternoon slop that the commercial television does. and my mom said we were in school together for 4 years. I do not remember that person. I absolutely do not remember that person. Like, she said we were in school together from 1st to 4th grade. It, it doesn't make me feel like anything, really. It's just weird. It's weird how memory works. We should write a story about people lacking memories. I think it would resonate with people, and it's novel. Shall I pre-order you a coffin? I got mine already. Make it like really vampire thing. Vampire-like. I would like my coffin to look like the save point in Symphony of the Night. Thank you, Thro. I'll be waiting with bated breath. Anime pillowcase? Sure. When they lay me down on the coffin, instead of me being like this, I should be holding a naked anime girl body pillow. that would be incredible. When it's an open casket, people are like, "What the fuck is this?" Now I want it. No, I don't want to. I don't want to die. That would be incredible. That would be such a troll. Some good shit. I wonder if that hammer. That I can't have been the first guy to think that. That has to have happened before. I'd Google it, but I don't want to see the search results. Yeah, I mean, Google it in incognito, I guess. Even then, you'll have to see them, so maybe it doesn't help that much. Oh, I have an idea. Let's ask ChatGPT. Oh no. Why not? Hey. I was wondering if there are any records of someone being buried with their anime body pillow. Their anime body pillow, sure. It's fine. ChatGPT will now learn that I'm a filthy degenerate. Hello? I look away for 5 minutes. What are you doing? I asked something of ChatGPT, but I think it crashed. It doesn't want to work with me anymore. Did you guys see the Google AI that threatened the person? Oh, it answered. Despite searching for records of individuals buried with an anime dakimakura, there doesn't appear to be any verified or notable instances reported in news or cultural discussions. It's possible this concept exists more as a humorous or a theoretical idea rather than documented reality. If you've heard of such a case, it might stem from an isolated anecdote rather than a widespread phenomenon. Okay. For sure it has happened. See, there are no records. I asked ChatGPT. Because we didn't want to Google it ourselves. There's plenty of degenerates out there like you. Yeah, but when it comes to the wake, it's their families doing it. So unless you left that clearly in writing, I don't think any family would do that. Right? Put it in writing. Yes. I'm gonna be cremated with my favorite body pillow. So it's never touched by another man. Oh well. Chihaya mused aloud, cutting herself short to ring the doorbell. It was an old-fashioned buzzer that appropriately matched the aged ambience of the building. You can be like traditional Asian Indian men that were cremated with their still living wives, keep tradition alive. I can't wait for the US to adopt something like that in the next year or so. I didn't notice any immediate response, but I could sense someone approaching the front door a short time later. Humanity's a real peach? Yeah. Didn't the future Secretary of Defense say he likes the Purge? We're headed for great things. I think Trump himself said that. Well, oh, good. My God. I still remember when I watched those movies and I said it, and the arrogance was like, so documentary. It will be. Maybe.
突然申し訳ありません。私、市橋由紀さんのご紹介で参りました。北条千早と申します。
As expected, Chihaya's well-disciplined side suddenly made an appearance. She recited that eloquent, prudent introduction before I could even open my mouth.
少しお伺いしたいことが
then
ユキさんに
old.
北条じゃと。
The name of this person is old. Okay. Not old man or old person or something, it's just old. It would be safe to say his complexion changed in an instant, and the elderly man whipped his door wide open. Chihaya had just barely even finished saying hello.
ええ、私が北条です。北条千早です。
千早お嬢さんか。なんと確かに面影がある。大きくなられたの。
Hey, don't call her fat.
私をご存知なのですか？
ああ、いや、何度か講演会の事務所でな。先生が連れてこられた時に見かけただけなんじゃが。
まあ、それではあなたはお父様の講演会に。
以前はな。
Oh, this man. When he heard Chia's name, he rushed out and shot her a wide grin. However, his attitude quickly turned sour the second Ojo-san's committee came up.
しかしどうして北条先生のお嬢さんがわしのところへ。ゆきさんの紹介と言われたか？
あ、はい。もしかしたらご迷惑になることかもしれないのですけれど。
Chihaya took one look back at me and I nodded to her. It seemed like the better idea to have her be the one to speak with him. I may have pushed a terrible duty onto her, but Chihaya gave me an understanding nod in return and turned back to the elderly man.
昨年交通事故を目撃されたと伺ったのですけれど。
その話か。
The elderly man groaned and fell silent. Maybe this reaction was because he really had witnessed it?
お手間は取らせません。本当であれば、そこで何をご覧になったのか、それだけを教えていただきたいんです。
Just like whatever at this point, everyone is clutching their pearls. The man was already present. If something happens, it happens. Either way, we won with overwhelming majority and the clear mandate that people were done with the current agenda. So it is what it is. Society being so delicate that people are having public meltdowns about the election is literally the reason he was elected. Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't always like this, and it doesn't need to be this way, but here we are. I think the difference was that he's president with a Republican Senate, right? So it is assumed that they'll do whatever he wants. Trump is the only one who can save us from the humans. Maybe. People clutch their pearls about everything these days, though. Just super excited for literally nothing to get them, then surprise Pikachu face all around. I actually don't expect that. Um, there's this condom. Except for eroding established rights, that doesn't count. It doesn't. There's this condom brand that does really cool marketing. They put out a joke that was completely innocuous. People got mad and they apologized about it. I was like, what the fuck? Why would you even get mad about something like this? The joke was because it's time, like it's on the 11th of November. It's tradition to eat like hazelnuts. So they put out an image of an hazelnut and the peel coming off, and the the subtitle was, "The worst thing is when you peel it off and there's a worm inside." People were offended about this. Obviously, it's supposed to be comparing it to something sexual, but it's a condom brand. Every joke they do is sexual. Meaning an apology has become a fetish for an unfortunate number of people. Yeah, because they feel like they can exercise power on on multinational brands. God forbid a sex-related company admits that sex exists. Yep. Look, they put out funny shit all the time. I actually like their marketing a lot. The man sighed very deeply. Was this grief? I read that in a savage way. Then I realized that Pro was not savage at all. I read Arrogant saying, "Sex isn't real, Pro?" And then Pro replied with, "You mean your mom lied to me?" That's how I read it. Then I was like, double take? Oh, no. Why did I read it like that? Holy shit.
ユキさんには何かと気を使ってもらっていての。それでつい愚痴めいた話をしてしもうただけなんじゃが。いつか何かの役に立つかもしれませんと、あの人が言うたのは気休めではなかったんじゃな。
Was this man also a regular at the library? Based on what we saw earlier, Ichinashi-san did appear to be popular.
ただ、よりにもよって北条家のお嬢さんが来るとは思わなんだが。
Had Ishinashi-san and this man braced themselves, knowing that this day might eventually come? That someone would investigate my brother's accident? Maybe he thought he would be silenced again, even if he willingly came forward. If he was the witness mentioned in the article, the one who was pressured to retract his testimony,
当時の週刊誌の記事を読みました。
Chihaya's tone had grown stern. True enough, this was to be expected considering it may have been the Ojo name that was making this man so tight-lipped.
やはり何か脅しや圧力といったものがあったのでしょうか。であれば、あなたからお伺いしたとは決して口外いたしません。それに
Chihaya appeared hesitant, only to regain her composure and force herself to speak.
それにもしも私の名前がお役に立つのであれば、身を守るのに使っていただいても構いませんので。
I nearly asked, "Are you sure about that?" He was sure that if she gave her guarantee as the daughter of the Ojo family, it would make for a considerable show of force. It was as good as saying she would ask Representative Ojo to act if anyone were to raise their hand to this man. However, if Chihaya were to do that, it would make it even harder for her to defy her father. Even someone like Ojo-san who fired a man on a single whim from his daughter? No, that was actually all the more reason his daughter had the heavy cross to bear. Also, and this was purely hypothetical, what if the Hojo family was the one who crushed his testimony? Who would Chihaya end up fighting against?
いや、こちらこそお嬢さんに迷惑をかけたくなくてな。
At some point the elderly man's gaze shifted from Chihaya to me. Oh, I got it. I was just some unknown third party to him. It might have been different if it were only Chihaya, but he wouldn't trust her with me here. Chihaya followed his line of sight and with some hesitation explained.
彼は私のその友人です。信用できる人物ですのでご安心ください。
Yeah, Chihaya, if you hadn't hesitated to call me a friend just then, as inappropriate as it would have been, that would have made me depressed. Thank you.
お嬢さんの言うことは疑ったりせんよ。じゃが、しかしな。
He was clearly conflicted by the situation, but I wanted to give him one more push for him to open up and share his testimony. But Chihaya didn't, nor did she want to force him into it. I was sure her personality played a part in that. If he kicked the bushes in the wrong way, a snake just might jump out. A snake by the name of Ojo.
わしはどうせ老い先短い。証言を翻した後の後悔に比べれば、ここで全部ぶちまけてしまった方が楽になるじゃろう。
Okay, the man partially admitted to having given in to threats and eyed Chihaya sympathetically.
じゃがお嬢さん、あんたは知らん方がええかもしれん話じゃ。いや、あんたこそ知るべきかもしれんが、今の生活が何もかも根こそぎひっくり返るかもしれん。そんな真似、わしには。
構いません。
Chihaya replied in a dignified tone.
私はこれまでの安穏とした生活にただ甘えていました。それを自覚するのが遅すぎました。そのせいで
Her expression warped in agony when she glanced over at me.
そのせいで多くの人にご迷惑をかけています。今もなお。だからお願いです。私の立場などお気になさらず、あなたの見たままをお話ししてはいただけないでしょうか。
じゃが。
The elderly man's increasingly distressed eyes pointed back at me again. Chihaya seemed to be prepared, in which case I ought to brace myself in kind. I understand your concerns, I continued and revealed the information I kept to myself. The person who died in that accident was my brother. We were both in that same vehicle, and it happened right in front of me. The card I had played made his eyes grow wide from shock. From there, he looked to Chihaya, seemingly to verify that this information was true. Chihaya slowly, yet firmly, nodded in acknowledgement, and the man drooped his shoulders.
年貢の納め時かな。
The man said as much and feebly turned to head back inside the house, leaving the door ajar.
上がっていきなさい。茶ぐらい出そう。玄関先で済ます話ではないのでな。
ありがとうございます。お邪魔します。
Chihaya looked up at me with a joyous look on her face, and I nodded to her. I just hoped the information was worth getting excited over. Oh, I'm sure it is.
確かにわしは見た。あの場にいたもう一台の車とその運転手を。それもよく知っている相手じゃった。わしはな、お嬢さん、講演会にいたぐらいじゃ。今でも先生のことを尊敬しとる。手腕についていろいろ言うやつもおるが、先生のおかげで暮らしが良くなったのは確かなんじゃ。この辺りが観光客の車でどうにもならなくなってきた今もまさに先生の尽力で道路の整備や規制が進んどる。この町の恩人なんじゃ、先生は。だからこそじゃ、先生の名に泥を塗るような証言はできんかった。先生んとこの若いやつがやらかした真似を告げ口するようなことはできんかったんじゃ。秘書じゃよ、秘書の木戸。その場にいたのはあのいけすかん若造じゃ。やつめ、わしが警察やマスコミから証言を求められておるのを知って脅迫まがいのことを口にしながら金を払うと言ってきよった。しつこいマスコミにつけ回されて疲れていたのもあったが、それもやつは任せろと言ってきよってな。黙らせてやるからわしも黙っておれと。先生への恩義もな、もちろんあった。が、奴はそれすら沈黙を強いる材料に使ってきよった。わしが証言すれば、先生にも迷惑がかかると。飴と鞭をちらつかせたつもりじゃろうが、一番困るのは奴自身のはずじゃ。見えすいた恫喝じゃったが、結局わしは折れてしもた。確かに金も振り込まれておった。約束通りの額がな。どこから出た金かは考えたくもない。
Looks like I missed a lot in the game.
だから全額そのまま福祉施設へ寄付した。そんなことでわしの罪が帳消しになるとは思えんかったが。
Yeah, we've been talking more than I've been playing, actually.
やつはその後懇親会の席でしたたかによってこうもほざいておった。あれだけ危ない橋を渡ったんだ。俺が地盤を継いで当然なんだ。などとな。
This game is way too long. I'm at 26 hours.
それがどういう意味なのか確かめる気にもなれんかった。そのままずるずるこんな日を迎えてしもうた。なあ、 お嬢さん、悪いことは言わん。奴との結婚などやめておきなされ。奴は必ず北条家にあだなす。
I resent this. She's gonna call off the wedding not because she loves me, but because she finds out he's a criminal. By the time we left the elderly man's house, the sun had completely set.
本当にありがとうございました。失礼いたします。
I definitely pay leave. Are you alright?
大丈夫。純也こそ平気？
I guess. I am pretty surprised though.
そうだよね。
Ready to go? We'll cause him even more problems if we stick around here for much longer.
そうね。行きましょう。
Chihaya bowed her head to the elderly man's home once more, then began to walk behind me. We tottered all the way over to the side of the exit. Part of the reason we came was simply because it was on the way home, but I also didn't think I could deny that I felt like I had to visit in my current state of mind. Hold on a second. I called out to Chihaya, then headed to a vending machine by the side of the road. I quickly bought and came back with 2 random drinks, then leaned against the guardrail and waited for her. You came back with drinks? You mean you're not drinking them next to the vending machine? What a delinquent. Here. Sorry I picked these out at random. I handed one of the drinks to Chihaya. She looked somewhat surprised, but smiled all the same.
ありがとう。助かるわ。いただきます。
Chihaya wasn't exaggerating when she expressed gratitude as she opened her can. It was equally parched as well. Didn't we just come from this guy's house? Didn't he offer us tea or something? No offense to that elderly man, but the tea he served had been nowhere near enough to cover how parched we'd gotten just from talking. Okay, well, thank you for addressing it, game.
ホットでもよかったぐらいね。
Chihaya said that after taking 1 or 2 drinks from her can. You can smell the switch stink all over this Horizon game? Oh wow. Does it run at 30 FPS and it's 720p? There's a zone load every 5 minutes. Oh, well. No surprise, they're not selling those anymore at this time of the year. She didn't say that just because it was chilly tonight. Our hearts were chilled to their core.
途中まではお父様がそのもう1台の車に乗ってたのかと気が気じゃなかった。
Me too, but
シゲトさんがね。
if he was there, then it would mean that the person in my memory, the person in my dream who picked up the key was Kido-san. Man, the remains of that injury on the back of my head had been throbbing sharply since earlier. Chihaya was handling it on her own way, clenching her can tightly. It had started off ice cold, so it wouldn't get warm just because she held it in her hands, but
まさかとは思うけど、高谷さんの事故そのものにシゲトさんが。
Shige and Reggie need to make hardware with more power than the calculator we sent the Apollo astronauts to the moon with? Yeah. It was definitely coming earlier 2024. Early 2024. Switch 2. Write it down. Take it to the bank. Yeah. The Super Switch. They should call it that. The Super Nintendo Switch. That is definitely the name they should go with. That would be cool. Switch U. Yes, they should. Switch U indeed. Alright. This is our final choice of the game. If I'm not mistaken. Let's lock it. What a Wii U. At least it had Mario Kart 8, Mario Maker, and Smash Wii U. Yeah, all those are on Switch though. The Super Switch Wii U. The Super Nintendo Switch Wii U. That's what they should call it. Super Switch Wii U 64. Super Game Switch Wii U 64 Cube. Boy. The snitch. The golden snitch. And if you grab it, you win the game. Alright. Put my hand on Shields. I merely called her name and placed my hand on top of hers. As I expected, her hand was faintly trembling.
Junya.
I got a choice. It's the final choice. You were there when I needed you the other day, remember? I applied additional pressure, no, passion, into my hand, as if to repay the favor. Did you get the good ending? Yes, this will be the best ending for Chihaya. Try not to dwell on it too much. No matter how horribly Kido-san is, we still don't know yet whether he's connected to my brother's accent. Well, he is connected. He might not be responsive, but he is connected. I was ashamed to admit that not even I believed that was true. How would some third party even manage to pull out that accent? That was bordering on a conspiracy theory. The accent itself wasn't intentional, and I wanted to believe that. How have we not found about? We have. They're just in denial.
そうかもしれないけど、でもならどうして重人さんは。
We came to this guy, this eyewitness to the accident, that said he was on the scene, picked up the key, and left. Are we really pretending that this was a coincidence? So they're just in denial. I feel like they're just in denial. Why had he covered up the fact that he was there in the first place? That thorn of doubt had been jammed into us and refused to come out. This is purely hypothetical, but yeah, what if Kido-san found out that my brother had been given your grandfather's key and was simply following him?
それで偶然事故が起きて落ちていた鍵を拾った。
It is a viable option, isn't it? Where had he learned that my brother had the key in his possession? Why did he know my brother had it and that it belonged to Chihaya's grandfather? Did he go out of his way to pick it up? If so, then for what reason? Where was the key now? Well, clearly he has it. There was so much we didn't know.
純也が冷静で助かる。私一人だったら今頃取り乱していたかも。
I'm only able to put on a brave face because you're here with me, Chihaya. I shrugged. We were so shaken up because it didn't seem like he was lying and everything he told us sounded credible. His testimony often aligned with my memory at several points and seemed logically sound. I hadn't noticed any flaws in his statement and was pretty sure his story was also consistent. And yet something still felt out of place. Something was bugging me and I couldn't put my finger on it. I couldn't help but wonder if I was forgetting something. Had I overlooked a key detail? Those thoughts continued to whisper quietly into my ear. Oh man, these old scars were throbbing again. Yeesh. I gently shook my head to drive away the dull pain along with those stagnant thoughts. Rather than obsessing over the things no amount of thought could help, I had better prioritize what I did know. The man said he felt too guilty to properly pay his respects, but he would like to now. He seemed plenty sincere to me. There were those who believed it was often too little too late. However, I would like anyone who has never experienced guilt before to go ahead and try to cast the first stone at him.
でも、待ってほしいと伝えたのはどうして？
Well, it's like he said. I'm not really sure how to explain this to Mizura. I believe my old man could handle this like an adult, but Mizura, on the other hand, she might act cheerful most of the time, but I have to wonder what sort of stance she would take when faced with a person who had effectively turned a blind eye to our brother's accent.
あ、それはそうね。彼女、私たちよりしっかりしてるようにすら時々見えるけど。
Let's keep this a secret for the time being, especially the part about Kido-san.
そうね。もう少し事実がはっきりしてからでも。
Thanks. Thanks, huh? Searching for that key has become awfully important, huh? I didn't want to make Chihaya worry too much, so I inadvertently changed the subject to something a little more lighthearted. Yeah, like calling off your wedding. I felt bad for my brother, but I wanted to hope he would at least laugh and forgive me for prioritizing the woman I loved most. I knew my brother would.
そうね。鍵。まずそこからなのかも。
Huh? Chihaya whispered, seeming to dwell on it as she sat beside me, with her hand tucked in mine. Then she turned to me.
鍵は重人さんが持ってる可能性が高いのよね。
Yes, I agree. All we had to go on was my fuzzy memory and the strong testimony from an elderly man. I couldn't imagine a scenario in which he forked over the key and admitted to what he had done if we questioned him. It would have been all over if he had simply played dumb. I would have had to reconsider where the key may have been. It may well have remained a mystery forever.
あの日、ここにいて何かを知ってるのも重人さん。
Chihaya? She repeated Kido-san's name, almost as if she were trying to convince herself of something. What was she thinking exactly?
はあ、私、やっぱり卑怯ね。
What?
自分では何も決められない。責任を負いたがらないという点。
Chihaya squeezed my hand as she spoke. In one hand she held what had to be a freezing cold can, and the other, my own hand.
純也の温かさにすがってもいい？
She went from merely holding my hand to lacing her fingers with mine. Beyond the softness and warmth of her skin, I could also mildly sense tension. Her fingers were so slender, I wonder if they might just break. And yet just how much responsibility and obligation must these hands have felt to have to bear and protect her title as the daughter of the Ojo family.
純也が鍵の行方を知りたい。そして高谷さんの事故の裏に何かあるなら知りたい。そう願ってくれるのであれば。
Her fingers stilled, only her heartbeat sped up.
私は身内の不始末であっても公にしないといけない。
Man, reading games when your nose is clogged up, not. Are you planning to confront Kido-san about this? Chihaya nodded, only to grip my hand even tighter than before.
純也が私を必要とし、私にそうしてほしいと言ってくれるなら、私は北条の名にかけてそれを叶えないと。
Don't be rash. I squeezed her hand in return and spoke in a firm tone. You're not the type to shoulder responsibility all on your own. If you've got a plan in mind, we'll do it together.
純也。
It's the same as with the cafe. It's great to try hard on your own, but you can't push yourself either, Chihaya. That applied to Azusa as well. There was no need for her to bear the entire burden alone. After all, what was I here for?
純也こそ私のわがままに付き合ったら今度こそ大変な目に遭うかもしれないじゃない。
We had our reservations, but I knew she wanted to rely on me, and I could literally feel her conflicting emotions as her hand trembled in mine.
最悪この町にだっていられなくなるかもしれない。
I guess I'll deal with that when the time comes. I bet it would take my entire life to make it up to Dad and Mizora, though. Chihaya wasn't going to do this on her own. My childhood friend had sworn to conduct herself in a way that would bring everyone smiles. My childhood friend? That had sworn to conduct herself in a way that would bring everyone smiles wasn't supposed to make difficult decisions. She doubted and suffered at the hands of her own fiancé and father, yet had clearly voiced a resolve to expose their lies, namely for my sake. What good was I if I didn't shoulder this burden together with her? I'd like your help on this, but they'll try to be evasive and sidestep us entirely if we challenge them directly. After all, our adversary was the secretary to an active politician. He was cunning, crafty, and heuristic individual. I had learned that the hard way more than once, and yet I still invited him over. Oh yeah, I heard this from Inata the other day. Chihaya tilted her head to ask what it was. It may have been a little mean, but I couldn't help but smirk. It's your dad's go-to move, but want to give it a shot?
お父様の手法どんなの？
The best time to lay a trap is apparently when your opponent drops their guard and thinks they've won, and have accomplished their goal. It happened the day Chihaya had gained only a single night's freedom, and the tables had been turned on her the following morning. We could start by letting him believe he's won. It would require some level of preparation. Yeah, a plan was swiftly coming together in my head. You might have to step a little out of your comfort zone, though.
お芝居？
To be honest, this was the part where I wished I could make a grandiose speech and say, leave all of this to me. I would sooner avoid any developments that would inconvenience Chihaya or put her through any more hardship. I think first things first, we need to get her a burner phone. However, I was positive she wouldn't agree to that. She would insist on helping however she could. Besides, there was likely a role that was appropriate for Chihaya.
任せて。何でもやってみせる。頑張る。
That's the spirit. I stood up and pulled Chihaya up by the hand nestled in mine. Oh yeah, before that, we'd better make sure not to forget to thank Ishinashi-san. Especially since she was the person who had prepared the stage for us. Alright. I guess that's the end game. Hopefully we beat it today.
ああ、千早さん、今お戻りですか？
はい。お父様はご一緒ではなかったのですか？
ええ、先生は伊勢さんを連れて都内でまだ会食中のはずです。僕は一足先に戻って明日の準備を整えておくよう仰せつかったもので。
そうですか。いつもご苦労様です。
とんでもない。ところで千早さんこそ今日はどちらへ？
旧宅のリノベーション再開について水源堂さんと打ち合わせをしてまいりました。
水源堂。ああ、純也君とご一緒でしたか。それは失礼を。
別に彼はただの友人ですから。重人さんが謝罪されるようなことはもうありませんよ。
So playing Wave games, huh? Always. How's it going, Nobruk?
ああ、いや、そうなんですか？
By the way, Nobruk, have you played Unlimited World or what's the other one? I don't remember. No. What's the other one? The most recent one? One Piece Odyssey. One Piece Odyssey. You played any of these games? World Seeker is the one I was actually thinking of. So Odyssey, World Seeker, and Limited World, right? I forget that there's 3 of them, not 2. World Seeker, you did? You did World Seeker and All Pirate Warriors. Did you like World Seeker? Wait, Limited World is also on 3DS. That can't be good. It was fun, but I'm biased. Well, so am I. The only problem with World Seeker is that you only play with Luffy. Oh. I didn't know that. He's a versatile boy, though. Does it have Gear 4, or is it only 1, 2, and 3? It's fun gameplay. I can imagine. But yeah, I've been meaning to ask if I saw you. It has Gear 4? Okay. So, they can do like 4 fighting styles or something?
Hi. それにもう旧宅に通うこともなくなるでしょう。
You can unlock moves? Okay. Yeah, that's it. That is cool. I know we all want to play the Zoro and that's it. But Luffy is pretty versatile. Honestly, if we had all the moves and stuff, the most fun one would probably be Chopper. That's why Pirate Warriors 4 is awesome with Zoro. I can imagine. Can you go monster with the Chopper in Pirate Warriors?
どういうことです？
実はあの旧宅にはおじいさまが私たち孫に対していろいろと仕掛けを残してくれていたんです。ご存知でしたか？
ええ、まあ噂程度には。
It's like a special? Okay. That's cool. Gotta make time and play a One Piece game sometime.
そうでしたか。私はちょっとしたパズルのようなものだとばかり考えていたのですけれど、中にはおじいさまの遺産が眠っているなどという噂もあったそうですね。
そうなんですか。いや、そんな話も聞いたことがあるようなないような。
I also have Burning Blood, the fighting game.
事実なら千早さんたちにも朗報じゃないですか。それで事の真偽は確かめられたんですか？
ええ、まあ私はそのつもりだったのですけれど。
千早さんはそのつもりだった？
水本くんがサジを投げてしまって、私だけでは解決できそうになかったので諦めました。
それは残念でしたね。残念だ。彼はもう少し骨のある男かと思っていたのに。いや、僕も彼には期待してあれこれ任せたつもりだったんですが、結局何一つ成果が上がらなかったようで。ダメですね、最近の若い男子は骨がない。
水本くんの判断ですから仕方ありません。それに無理もありません。おじいさまが肝心の鍵を紛失してしまったようでどうにもなりませんでした。
鍵ですか？
はい、その鍵を使う場所までは特定できたのですけれど。
特定できたんですか？
はい。ただ鍵がなければどうしようもなくて、専門の業者をお呼びすることも考えたのですけれど。
いや、それはまずい。ですね、千早さん、おじい様のそうプライベートに関わる問題です。第三者をあの家へ招き入れるのは。
水本くんもそう言っていました。ましてや遺産などだとしたら第三者に知られること自体問題だろうと。なのでせっかく見つけた場所も もう一度テープで塞ぎました。鍵が見つからない限りはそのままになるでしょう。
そうですか。いや、本当に残念ですね。ちなみにどこにあったんですか？
屋根裏部屋です。ご存知ですか？
いえ。でもそうですか。屋根裏部屋に。
はい。お父様からもそれを見つけることを条件にあの旧宅を使用する許可をいただいていたのですけれど。
そうだったんですか？
ええ。けれど私たちが諦めた以上、すぐにも敷地ごと売却されてしまうでしょうね。古い建物ですから取り壊す前提で。
そうですね。いや、全く残念ですね。
はい。ではそろそろ私は失礼しますね。お風呂をいただいて早く休みたいので。
これはすみません。お引き止めしてしまって。ゆっくりお休みください。
はい。重人さんもあまり無理はなさらずに。おやすみなさい。
純也くん、今構わないかい？千早さんから聞いたよ。見つけたんだって。そうか。やはり鍵が。そうか。いや、わかったよ。いや、そこまで頑張ってくれたなら、むしろ残念だったね。それも千早さんから聞いた通りだ。ちなみになんだが、どんなテープで塞いだんだい？なるほど。青と黄色のビニールテープでね。それは大変わかりやすそうだ。いや、こちらの話さ。では、ご苦労様でした。失礼するよ。
Not very discreet for someone so manipulating, really.
僕だ。日向くん、一つ確認したいことがあるんだが。君は今日、千早さんたちとは、そうなのか。別行動だったのか。それは残念。明日の夜はみんな一緒なんだね。いや、君には関係のない話さ。情報提供に感謝するよ。では。どいつもこいつも爪が甘い。所詮は温室育ちのお嬢様とその飼い犬たちか。いいところで手を引いてくれたかな。あとは僕に任せてもらおうか。しかし先生の耳にも入っているのであれば厄介だな。やはり急ぐ必要があるか。まあいい。真実の鍵はこの僕の手にあるのだから。
What? Why would he have it on himself?
ここだな。しかし、どこにある？テープを貼ったなどと言っていたが、明かりもつけられないというのは見づらくて面倒な。しかも、なんだ、やけに散らかっているじゃないか。こんなもの、何でも屋がいたんだから片付けさせればいいものを。まったく、本来なら僕が自分の手を汚すべきではないんだぞ。
It's raining a lot, but I can hear it. If I vanish, you know why.
ま、椅子にふんぞり返っているだけの先生に引導を渡す。その決定的な証拠を自らの手で勝ち得るというのも一つの醍醐味ではあるが。ここではないか。どこだ。どこにある。あいつもあいつだ。何が子供が熱を出したから看病で動けないだ。放っておいても勝手に治るものだろう、発熱ぐらい。だから子供など2人も3人も持つものではないんだ。現に足手まといにしかなっていないじゃないか。僕の依頼を断る方が大きな損失だとなぜわからない。その程度の判断能力だから守りに入った人生を正当化するしかないんだ。敗北者め。僕は違う。僕はあんな風にはならないぞ。ここでもないのか。一体どこだ。くそ。いずれこんな真似をせずとも地位も名誉も権力も財産も僕自身への正当な評価として全て手にしてやる。いった。くそ。なんでこんなところに柱があるんだ。あ、これか。よく見えないが青と黄色のテープだな。そうだな。まったく手間取らせてくれる。剥がしにくいな。よし、剥がれた。って何もないじゃないか。どういうことなんだ。ただの柱になんでテープが貼られていた。この下にあるんじゃなかったのか。それに、おい、なんだ。よく見ればあっちにもこっちにも同じようにテープが貼られている。どうなっているんだ。本物の鍵穴はどこなんだ。さっさとこの僕に鍵を使わせろ。まさかあの何でもや嘘をついたんじゃないだろうな。
You guessed that. Yes, I did lie. I haven't found where to use the key yet. I stepped out from my hiding place and revealed myself to Kito-san, who was too bewildered to maintain his usual dapper behavior.
ジュニア君、それになぜここに。
I hope they accounted for him maybe having a gun.
千早さんまで。
First, Chihaya was tasked with feeding half-truths to Kito-san. Then all we needed was for either he or someone who believed the information he was fed to react in some sort of way. If that didn't work, we would move on to Ojo-san next. That had been the idea. It was probably safe to assume that we had hit the jackpot.
そんなはずはないんだ。そんなはずは。伊勢の娘にだって確認した。今日は3人で外食すると。だからここに君たちがいるなんておかしいじゃないか。
You let the cat out of the bag, huh? Was it largely a lack of composure that he seemed incapable of accepting reality, even though we were right here in front of him?
ひなたにはあなたから問い合わせがあった場合、偽のスケジュールを伝えるようお願いしておきました。口裏を合わせたんです。
あの娘もグルだと。
I wonder what kind of face this guy would make if we told him it was Chihaya and Hinata. Told him Chihaya and Hinata were the ones who happily plastered the stummy tape all over the place.
人聞きの悪いことをおっしゃらないでください。ひなたは今も、そしてこれからも、私と彼にとって無二の親友なんですよ。
Yeah, good luck, Hinata. Chihaya's dependence issues toward you aren't likely to change anytime soon.
たくもう私いつまでここでこうして待機してればいいのよ。
昼夜さん。
Hinata was the one person we had told the whole truth to and asked for her assistance while we lied in wait. 3 of us were in on this together. Anyway, we had taken a number of preventive measures under the assumption they would be necessary and asked Hinata to keep watch outside while we waited inside with bated breath. That's when this happened. I had no idea who was going to show up, much less if anyone was going to come at all. Even how much time had passed.
シゲトさん。
はい。
どうしてここへ来たんですか？
それはですね、先生の指示で動いているんですよ、僕は。全ては先生のためなんです。先生のご意志に沿ってですね。
先ほどお父様に引導を渡すというようなこともおっしゃっておられたようですけれど。
いや、それは聞き間違いでしょう。誤解ですよ。
I made a show of holding out my phone screen to Kito-san, who was throwing out excuses left and right. The screen showed that he was currently recording, and he ought to have understood based on the gigantic mic icon on display.
録音しているのか。嘘だろ。
The remark he'd made a second ago, which would effectively pin the blame on Ojo-san alone, would be evidence enough to strike a decent blow to his reputation. You seemed rather grumpy from suddenly having to get your hands dirty, but we got a good look at your true colors. Well, we had piled a bunch of items all over the place as part of the trap. They were meant as obstacles for our intruder, and maybe just to harass him. Hinata had discreetly sent a short pre-made message over Choco when she noticed Kito-san tried to sneak in, which served as our cue to start recording. There was no telling what might happen, so I thought it best to employ this little trick I had picked up after seeing Ishinashi-san's interview at the library. Just to be safe, unbeknownst to him, we were also still secretly recording on Chihaya's phone. It was an insurance policy in the unlikely event he were to steal or destroy mine. Good, at least they're not super dumb. They're just a little dumb.
断りもなく取ったところで。
Yeah, it was dubious whether or not this would be accepted as evidence in the event this were to hypothetically go to trial, but if we were to send this to some gossip magazine, they might feature this like wild claims from a certain politician's secretary caught on tape or something. Knowing you, Kito-san, I'm sure you're very familiar with covering up scandals.
何を言っているんだ君は。僕がそんな。
Had he been thinking he could threaten and bribe his way out of this, like he had with the witness at the accident site? His face instantly went pale. Collect evidence, corner the other party, and make them talk. This had turned out just like one of those old detective dramas. Sorry, that Misara and Shunyu had said they watched.
シゲトさん、残念です。とても残念です。
Off to my side, Chihaya's voice was also somber. Learning about the incident with the key had made Kito-san seem even more suspicious than before. We had learned he'd been planning to try and take Ojo-san's position on top of it all, so it was a given that Chihaya would be angry.
あなたはお父様が重用し、私の婿にも選んだ方。なのに、どなたのことをおっしゃっていたのかまではわかりませんけれど、あなたの家庭というものに対する考え方も先ほどの発言でよくわかりました。
He had made his views on children abundantly clear. It reminded me of what the elderly man had said to Chihaya about giving up on marrying Kido-san.
あれはそのですね、知り合い、そう知り合いに少し困ったやつがいて、あくまで彼個人に対する愚痴と言いますか。
代議士とは国民から公選され、その生活を豊かにするべく国政を担う議員を指す言葉、そのはずですよね。
Rather than wait for a reply, Chihaya continued.
そしてあなたはその補佐を務める秘書。ゆくゆくはあなた自身も先生と呼ばれる身分を目指していたはず。違いますか？なのにあんな政治を司る者はご家庭一つ一つの幸せ、皆さんの笑顔のために働くことを志すべきではないのですか？
Smiles. For the sake of everyone's smiles, that was, after all, the one point Chihaya couldn't help but be obsessed over. Kido-san had clearly ridiculed a family that went to great pains to raise their children.
お父様のような政治家を目指すのであれば、家庭を尊重し守る立場であるべきでしょう。にもかかわらず、不用意かつ不見識な発言であると言わざるを得ません。この一件だけでもお父様に報告し、厳しく叱責していただかないと。
Chihaya was fuming. She may have been a daughter of the Yojo family, but she sure was talkative once she crossed the
あ
line.
なたとの婚約についても白紙に戻すようお父様にお願いするつもりです。
What sort of face would my old man or Hinao-san made if they had heard what he said? Additionally, I couldn't deny how upset I was after hearing Kido-san vent his true feelings in an unexpected way. You seem to dislike families with lots of kids, but having siblings is great. I couldn't help but run my own mouth now that Kido-san had fallen silent. As the middle child, I was driven by an urge to speak my mind. I've been saved by my big brother and little sister countless times.
そうね。
Chihaya must have sensed how unsettled I was. Causally closed the distance between us and nestled up to me.
私は一人娘ですけれど、幼い頃から彼やひなたと兄弟同然に過ごせた時間は人生の宝物です。
Although she couldn't very well hold my hand in front of Kido-san, she did stand in such a position that her hand grazed mine. I could also feel her eyes on me. Which was why I quietly took a breath, swallowed back my resentful complaints, and persuaded myself. Don't let your temper flare yet. It was still too soon to verbally lash in to the fullest.
わかりました。失言は撤回します。誤解を招く表現だったこともお詫びしましょう。
Hey now. He was shamelessly rattling off apologies like he suddenly turned into a politician. He took everything I had to get my anger in check. Was he trying to add fuel to the fire? Did he not understand we were angry about what he said? Or did he understand but issued those empty apologies anyway?
待ち伏せて録音なんてどういう思考なのか理解しかねますが、僕は先生にとって必要なものが残っているかもしれないと調べに来ただけですよ。千早さんから伺ったここの様子が気になってね。千早さんもおっしゃられていましたよね。ここはもうすぐ取り壊されるかもしれないと。
言いましたけれど、
It had been an act, plain and simple. Nothing more than inciting words devised to tantalize whoever held the key. The possibility this matter would be sold off sooner or later did still exist, but the other party should definitely make a move once the time limit was put in place, or so we had predicted. We had basically hit the bullseye on that front, and yet...
それが偽の情報、嘘に基づくものだったというのであれば、 残念なのは僕の方ですよ。大人を軽率な嘘で踊らせようとするとは、それこそ良識を疑う行為ではありませんか？
It had been a lie, yes. A lie Chihaya and I had practiced together, almost like we were in a play, put in Kito-san's head. That was why, in the end, this was nothing more than a stopgap measure. Was he trying to use it against us?
困りますね、千早さん。幼なじみは大切でしょうが、あなたは僕とお父様だけに従順であればいい。
Hey.
純也君、君も身の程をわきまえてほしいな。亡くなったお兄さんの顔に泥を塗るつもりかい？
What?
兄へのコンプレックスか僕への嫉妬か知らないが、千早さんを使って僕を貶めようなんて100年早いと言っているんだよ。
What did you say?
弟がこれではお兄さんも浮かばれないだろうね。はっきり言って不愉快だ。これで失礼させていただく。
Kito-san tried to turn his back on us. He had snuck in, hurled insults, then shifted the blame into us. He had even dredged up my brother, sneered at us, and made such arrogant declarations. He was trying to play dumb, treat us with contempt, and then run away like it was nothing. Wait! The rage I had largely bottled up instantly boiled over. I called out to him sharply and took a step forward to grab his shoulder.
シゲトさん、
Before I had a chance to fly off the handle, Chihaya quickly stepped between us. Chihaya had her back to me, so I couldn't see her expression, however.
なんでしょうか、千早さん。
Kito-san reluctantly turned back, and he visibly flinched when he met Chihaya's gaze. Slap him. Then in the next moment, yep, a dry sound echoed through the room. There we go. I doubted my own eyes. Chihaya had slapped Kito-san?
恥を知りなさい。
Another smack. Her merciless slap landed squarely on Kito-san's cheek. Kito-san's eyes had gone wide. Of course they had. I mean, this was Chihaya we were talking about. Even I couldn't believe this had actually happened.
自己正当化も甚だしい。今夜のことだけでも無断での侵入と室内の物色ではないですか。言い逃れできるはずとまだお考えですか。私たちの流した情報にまんまと乗せられてやってきておいて、何が先生のためですか。お父様の名を保身に使わないでください。あなたに流した情報は鍵がなければどうにもならない。その点を強調しておいたはずです。なのにあなたはここへ来た。
それはそうあれですよ、あれ。
まさか鍵はないが様子見、あるいは事前調査のつもりだったなどとさらに言い訳なさるおつもりですか。
あ、いや、
Chihaya had anticipated this would happen, and it had overwhelmed Kito-san so much that he, of all people, was left speechless. As miserable as this was, I was also too overwhelmed by Chihaya to move. It was a little hard to imagine that she was the same Chihaya who often asked, "Do you really think I can do it?" Hey Junia, what do you think?
それにあなたはこうもおっしゃいましたよね。本物の鍵穴はどこなんだ、この僕に鍵を使わせろと。
それは勘違いで。
私も純也もはっきりと耳にしました。録音もされています。あなたがおじい様の鍵を隠匿しているのですね。そんな真似までして今のあなたはもう代議士秘書とは呼べません。あえて言えば コソ泥です。
こそ泥。
Kira-san was dumbfounded by Chihaya's blunt assertion, one that she was unlikely to make under normal circumstances. I couldn't bring myself to pity him, though. In any case, I had largely calmed down thanks to Chihaya stepping in before things could escalate.
その上、私に言いなりになれ。純也にもお兄さんの顔に泥を塗るのかなんて、よくも言えましたね。何よりもあなたの行いを知って、それからずっと許せないのは、あなたが純也と高谷さんが事故に遭ったその現場にいながら二人を助けず、私にも何も言わず隠し通そうとしたことです。
Oh, I see. Sorry, Chihaya, I misjudged this too. My brother went without saying, but that accident had also put my own life at risk. I now knew this applied to you just as much as it did Azusa, or possibly even more. You were hurt deeply too, weren't you?
それはそんなことは。
あなたがあの現場にいたことはすでに証言を得ています。なのに純也とそのお兄さんを置き去りにし、今もまたこの場から逃げ出そうとする。そんなあなたを私は許せないんです。
Chihaya, that's enough. Stop already. Chihaya wanted her hand back, but I grabbed her wrist from behind. My body seemed to have broken free of its temporary paralysis and had finally moved for me. Her wrist was astonishingly slender. If she was too reckless with arms like these, I worried Chihaya might cause more damage to herself than anyone else.
純也。
Chihaya looked back up at me with tears overflowing from her eyes. I wanted to hug her right then and there, but I narrowly managed to shake the desire away and gently spoke to her. You've done enough. This isn't something your hands are meant to do, okay? Especially recently, just how much had this tiny, beautiful hand encouraged me and brought me peace. I also knew that these same delicate fingers worked hard to bring smiles and happiness to others. You've done so much for me and my brother. Thank you. She quietly, almost childishly whispered and leapt into my arms. I obviously didn't avoid it. Now that she had come to me, I made sure to catch her. It would be strange to say he did this in exchange, but Kiro-san held his own cheek and slunk to the floor in a daze.
なんて、千早さんか。
The way he didn't seem to care about his expensive-looking suit getting dirty, when he practically flopped to the floor without a trace of elegance or pretensions, was a beautiful sight to behold.
千早さんじゃなくて、そいつが手を出してくれば、逆に訴えてやれたのに。
Me? Ah, now it made sense. That was a close one. As a fully grown man, it would have turned into a much bigger problem if I had acted out and armed him. I still wouldn't have minded if we had both gone down together, but I couldn't trust that he wouldn't strike some dirty deal somewhere along the way. Chihaya had saved me again.
なんでだよ。なんで、こんな。
Unbelievable. Maybe he was still one step ahead of me when it came to laying traps. This had ended with little more than red cheeks for Kiro-san because Chihaya had been the one to raise her hand at him. Chihaya had always been so powerless that I doubted she even knew how to be violent, or how to put her hips into a punch. If anything, this was probably the first time she had ever hit someone. I had known her for a long time, but didn't recall ever seeing Chihaya acting in such a manner. Chihaya, is your hand okay?
痛い。
I bet. The one doing the hitting generally hurt more when they were used to it, especially in their wrists or in the joints of their fingers, when they weren't used. I was grateful for her going to such lengths for me, but I felt twice as much guilt. For the time being, we'd better get that on ice right away. Call for Hinata and have her help you. Oh. Let me blow my nose. I gently put one arm around Shihaya's back and handled my phone with the other to get in touch with Hinata. It might take too long over Choco, so it would be best to call her directly. As long as I explained, Hinata angrily snapped and asked, "What are you doing?" as soon as I explained. Either way, we had to prioritize treating Chihaya.
なんでなんだよ。なんで僕の目論見通りにいかないんだ。
Kido-san, maybe you didn't have the willpower to run away anymore? It would have been great if getting slapped meant Kido-san would leave us alone going forward. That would be the ideal outcome for Chihaya as well.
私です。どうしました？本当に一体何をやっているんですか？ごめんなさい。つい。
As expected, Hinata was upset with both of us when she showed up.
まったく一瞬千早様の方が殴られたのかと焦りましたよ。心配してくれた？ねえ、はい、しましたよ。だから二度と手間をかけさせないでくださいねと。あいた、もうひなたは優しくない。
Is it safe to call this their way of acting friendly? Anyway, Hinata dampened a handkerchief in water, wrapped it around Chihaya's hand, and finished applying first aid for the time being. Put a compress on this when you get home and go straight to the hospital tomorrow. The only issue left
やっ
was...
ぱりここにも盗聴器の一つでも仕掛けておけば。いやでも足がつきやすい。僕はどこかの大統領の二の舞にはならない。
Was he evaluating his own performance or something? Kido-san, sorry, but I don't have the time to humor you with this. I honestly wanted to send Chihaya home as soon as possible for treatment, not just some emergency first aid. However, I doubted Chihaya would leave unless we got this guy to fully spill his guts, so I got straight to the point. The word key helped me to remember something. I saw you pick up the key at the time of the accident. Kido-san's shoulders began to quiver. Looks like I had struck a nerve. I didn't have much confidence in my memory until now. It was largely a gamble to make that sort of bluff right here and now, but...
ああ、そうさ。拾ったよ。それが何だと言うんだ。
He had fallen for this hook, line, and sinker. Did he forget he was still being recorded? He must have been desperate by now, having given in to Chihaya's tenacity. Still, though, it was hard to believe someone so cautious would crumble apart so badly.
どうしてそんな真似を？その鍵がおじい様のものだと知っていて拾ったんですか？
知っていたらどうだと言うんですか？
横取りだって自覚あります？
Chihaya and Hinata made these points back to back. And Kido-san, was he seriously pouting? What was he, a child? That key was meant to be delivered to Azusa. Did you also know that when you stole it? I really do think you know what's hiding in this place. How much of what you've told us is false and how much is true? Kido-san remained silent and gently shook his head several times. Eesh. He really was acting like a child having a temper tantrum. You were investigating us, and you used the inheritance to coax us along. There had been times he had said it was for Chihaya, for Asusa, and even for his bosses, for Hojo-san's sake. But the truth was, I assume you got us to search this place because you were looking for where the key is meant to be used. Am I right?
答える必要があるか
No, after all, I'm sure it would have taken an eternity for anyone other than Chihaya or Asusa to solve their grandfather's puzzle. If it had only been a matter of collecting keywords, even I or Kido-san could have managed it. That was questionable. What was questionable was whether anyone else could have realized the meaning behind those words, or the meaning behind the spring sky and the crimson star. Other than Chihaya and Asusa, who had spent time here together with their grandfather. Not to mention we had a finite amount of time before the old estate would either be renovated or sold off. Time was of the essence, regardless if we had provoked him or not.
おじいさまが残された何かがこの家ごと処分される前に見つけ出そうとしていた。
そうですね。もし取り壊しなんて話になれば、それこそ重機でまとめてぺしゃんこでしょ。
Even treasure could appear to be trash in the eye of someone who didn't know its value. Even if I had found whatever it was by sheer coincidence, I may have hinted assuming it was useless and thrown it away. That was why Kido-san had led on, assembled, and provoked people to solve the puzzle. I could surmise that much. In reality, I had totally fallen for it, and had Chihaya and Asusa solved the puzzle. What were you trying to get your hands on so badly you needed to deceive all of us, Kido-san?
欺いただけでなく、鍵を手に入れるために事故を仕組んだのではないでしょうね。
Chihaya. Chihaya was likely getting anxious since Kido-san had been fairly tight-lipped. She trembled when posing that question to Kido-san from over his shoulder.
やっぱりあなたは高谷さんだけでなく純也まで。
違います。僕はそんなつもりは。
He denied it awfully vehemently, huh? Maybe Chihaya's accusations were what hit him the hardest?
僕はただ見ていただけで。あの事故はあくまで偶然で、それ以上大それたことなんてしていない。絶対に。
We couldn't trust anything this guy swore to anymore, and the three of us shot him a dark, heavy glare.
本当なんだ。これは信じてくれ。
And our glares got him to recoil a little. Even as his tone lowered somewhat, he continued to explain himself.
ただ、その目の前で起きた状況を利用しない手はないと。そう考えるのが当然だろう。
I definitely wouldn't have been capable of thinking naturally if an accident happened right in front of me.
事情を知り得た人間が都合よく消えてくれたから、先生に報告する際に少し脚色をしただけで。
Embellished.
忠道さんが先生に対して何か企んでいたようですが、僕が手を回して阻止しましたと。
おじいさまがお父様に。
I could hear the wonder in Chihaya's voice.
本当なんですよ。その具体的な証拠がこの家に眠っているはずで。
So you were looking for this evidence and you needed the key to find it.
ああ、君のお兄さんは忠道さんに信頼されていたから。彼に鍵を預けたのも忠道さんに鎌をかけて聞き出していたから、全部結びつくはずだと。先生にもそれで納得してもらった。
So basically the assumption was my brother had been trying to use the key in Chihaya's grandfather's stead and act in a way that would be detrimental to Ojo-san. He had taken the credit for preventing that from happening. What the heck is that about? Use my brother's death to his advantage? My brother's accident had been purely coincidental. This wasn't good by any means, but I could accept it. What revolted me was, if I recall, your engagement to Chihaya was made official after that accident, wasn't it? I hate to imagine this, but did you get Ojo-san to agree to your marriage to Chihaya as a reward for my brother's accident? At the time, I had been stuck undergoing treatment and recuperating from the accident. It made sense now. But Chihaya probably had trouble getting over the massive shock of nearly losing me, and it hampered her judgment. That may have been why she did as she was told and agreed to the engagement, only to leave everyone wondering, why did you accept? Saying it was for the sake of the Ojo family, or her duty, had simply been the means to help her process it. She had reasoned with herself after the fact.
そういうつもりじゃなかったんだが。
では、どういうつもりだったんですか？
いや、その。
Hadn't this guy taken advantage of Chihaya while she was overwhelmed to obtain the position of successor to the Ojo family?
僕はただ正当な評価を求めただけで。
I'd heard he'd run his mouth while drunk about how he'd make a risky gambit and how it was only natural for him to take over, hadn't I?
本当にそれだけなんだ。他には何もしていない。
If I had died instead of my brother, someone had once told me I should have. I may have wanted that for myself at one point, but what if it had actually happened in real life? I would have made Chihaya cry 2 or 3 times harder. Right? All while passing on, completely unaware. You've got to be kidding me. I had meant to say that to myself, but my low tone must have reached Kiro-san's ears and he looked visibly terrified. Well, whatever.
お父様にもきちんとお伺いしないと。
Chihaya was enraged in her own way. That only made sense. She would need to face Ojo-san sooner or later, so to that end. Where's the key? You do have it, right? I had to make its whereabouts clear to bring everything into the open. Hiro-san?
持っている。ああ、持っているさ。持っているとも。せっかく今日まで隠していたのに。僕の苦労は全部水の泡だよ。
Why was he acting like the victim in this situation? That never belonged to you in the first place. By all rights, shouldn't you have either given that to Ojo-san or disposed of it?
そんなことするものか。この鍵は僕の最終兵器になるんだからな。
最終兵器？
やっぱりここは毒ガスでも埋まってるんですか？
Don't take that part seriously. That was fake intel that you spread around. You're saying you were going to use this to shoot Ojo-san in the back.
ああ、そうだ。よくわかってるじゃないか。なんでもや風情が。
Right. I was glad to see he was feeling better. I had just linked everything Kido-san had said together in my head. Was this guy the type that liked to brag about everything, even the things nobody asked about once the conversation really got going? Would you please tell us the whole story? If there really was an inheritance here somewhere, were you going to use it as a way of dethroning Ojo-san?
それだけじゃない。
Huh?
忠道さんが何か企んでいたと言ったろ。僕はそれが先生にとってスキャンダルになる物証を集めていたと踏んでいる。
Oh, that was why he'd been going on about evidence that since earlier.
何しろ、あずさだかルナだかいう隠し子が存在したわけだからね。遺産を残したかったなんて話も怪獣作だったのかもしれない。
Was he suggesting that Chihaya's grandfather was trying to use Azusa? There's no way.
なんですって。
Perhaps Kido-san had taken it a step too far. He was really playing with fire now.
君たちは知らないだろうが、水面下での暗闘というのは政治の世界では身内相手でも行われるものなんだよ。
The person in question I hadn't noticed and I didn't care.
隠し子の面倒なんて善意だけで見ようとするものか。先生にしろ忠道さんにしろ、その娘に利用価値を見出したからに違いない。
千早様、ストップストップストップ。
Getting slapped again. What the? I spun around and Chihaya...
おじい様まで悪く言って、あの子まで巻き込もうとするなんて姉として許せない。
Setting aside the fact she was trying to lift an incredibly large, heavy vase that made me go, there's no way you can lift that by yourself. Even supposing she had managed to lift it, what was she going to do with it? Was she planning to turn this into a legitimate crime scene out of some detective soap opera?
千早様、あなた手を痛めてるのに何やってんですか、もう。
Hinata was trying to stop her in a panic. Kido-san, on the other hand, realized he had overstepped and gaped at Chihaya. Chihaya seemed to have realized that it was impossible for her to lift, and gave up on hurling the vase. Why was she breathing so heavily? Chihaya, you should give up on that idea. It'll impact your future.
ものすごく頭にきたから。
I understand exactly how you feel, but listen, don't do it. Better avoid any fights with Chihaya from now on, yep? Hinata, sorry, but could you take care of Chihaya?
はいはい。中心蔵で電柱でござるって浅野匠の神を止める人物誰でしたっけ。あの気分。
That was the Akko incident, to be precise. I think that character was Nishikawa or Kyoboku. The book is on the shelf over there. I share that snippet of knowledge, then turned back to Kido-san. You really are an idiot, aren't you? He saw himself as a schemer, only to constantly push Chihaya's buttons. Yeah, right, he was sloppy, if nothing else. If you wanted to take over the Ojo family, shouldn't you have halfway achieved your goal from the moment you got engaged to Chihaya? It was awful to imagine, but Ojo-san would have retired eventually. He had been patient. Kido-san should have become the next successor, even if he hadn't done anything other than marry Chihaya. But here that man was, his future as successor surely lost, with a cynical smile.
門外漢の君にはわからないだろうな。政治家という生き物の生命力が。
Gives politicians life.
先生はこの先さらに上り詰めていくだろう。いずれは大臣、党幹部、うまく立ち回れば総理の椅子だって転がり込んでくるかもしれない。
I could hear the jealousy dripping from Kido-san's voice. Almost like this Minister Ojo already seemed real to him.
そんなチャンスがゴロゴロしている世界から、あの強欲な先生がおとなしく引退すると思うか？まだまだ先の話だろうよ。
Even if it does. could feel Chiaya's enraged aura from behind me when Kiro-san called her father greedy, but I trusted Hinata to keep her calm. Couldn't you have lined your pockets while under him and waited?
秘書として婿養子として延々と使いっ走りをやらされながらかい
As hard as this was to say, for the very first time I sensed a very human weakness from Kiro-san. Even this man who tried to remain sprightly while repeatedly saying, doing things that looked down upon others. At the end of the day, he was still human. He got exhausted and stressed like the rest of us.
何年も何十年もだ。政権が何度変わっても僕の立場は変わらないだろう。耐えられるものかよ。
He spat that out even more emphatically.
政治は結果だ。どんな手段を用いようと成果さえ出せば全ては無罪放免。
Yes?
それこそ先生を見てみろ。表向きクリーンなイメージを保ちつつ裏では強引な手段も用いて地元に利益をもたらし続けるからこそ票を得る。そして選挙に勝つ。勝てば正義なんだよ、政治家は。
それが真理だとしても、あなたはまず勝つことさえしていないでしょ。
Had Chiaya calmed down a little, or maybe she had turned icy. She quietly stepped in front of Kiro-san and stated,
勝負に挑むことすらせず、あなたは他人の功績や遺産をかすめ取ろうとしただけ。私にはそうとしか思えません。
Kiro-san had turned away at this point. He couldn't look Chiaya in the eye, and nor could he stand being looked at directly.
鍵を渡してください。
That was all Chiaya asked for.
鍵を渡しなさい。おじいさまのものを返しなさい。
For the first time in a long time, I had a dream about my brother that night. What? Don't I always?
簡単な仕事があってな。その依頼人にお前にも合わせてみたいと思って。
Right. Science said how David and just said nothing else. He's probably dead. It was going to be his final message, but he's dead. Very sad. I'm going to take a break, or you can say what you wanted to say. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Someone spray Hoban with some water, please. Spray him in the nose. At the time, I made some absurd comment about his dating life.
簡単な仕事なんだ。
Deliver a key to Asusa. It was supposed to be a simple job with nothing more to it, right, brother?
大事な頼まれ事さ。鍵を届けに行く。ただそれだけ。
Was this really a dream? These remnants of my memory? Or was I actually trying to have the conversation I never got to have with him back then? About what I hadn't been able to confirm with him.
大事だけどすぐに済む。簡単な仕事だろ。
Jack Paul. Oh my. Is that a new brother? He took the key back from Kido-san, and after carefully ensuring his silence now that he was nothing more than a shell of his former self, we let him go. A wave of exhaustion swept over my entire body the moment he vanished from the old estate. Whew. Why do you need to ask? It's Ruben. Overwhelmed with exhaustion, I crumbled down into place. Chihaya, of course, followed suit.
疲れた。
Her anger was what that kept her going, almost to the point where she seemed like an entirely different person. Chihaya really must have pushed herself too far, though. Hinata was the only one with the energy to stay standing and look down at the two of us.
揃って慣れないことをしたから無理もありませんけど。
Hinata gave us an exasperated look, then turned toward the door Kido-san had exited through.
本当に良かったんですか？あんな風にあっさり返してしまって。
If we were to confine him for too long, we'd be the ones who wind up criminals. We had perfectly documented his verbal slip-ups. If he ever spoke of what had happened tonight, or tried to do something sneaky again, we threatened to immediately release the recording to the public.
あの人が言われた通りにおとなしく引き下がりますかね。
何もかも失ったって途方に暮れてたけど、演技には見えなかった。
His liveliness and dapper personality always felt rather conceited to me. When we watched him flutter off with drooped shoulders.
木戸さんはどちらかといえば悪い意味での見栄を切るばかりが得意な役者にも思えますけど。まあいいです。私が見張っておけば彼がもしまた妙な行動を起こしてもすぐ気づくでしょ。たくもめんどくさい。
Sorry for all the trouble, Hinata. I bowed my head to my childhood friend, who had been tasked with even more work.
感謝の念はいずれ形で示してくださいな。今後とも遺跡をどうぞごひいきに。
Some tangible way, huh? Good point. Maybe it was selfish of me to limit my gratitude to a single sentence. Was there anything I could actually do for Hinata or the Issei family?
もちろん頼らせてもらうわ。私が頼れるのは純也とひなただけなんだから。
千早様はもう少し自重してくれてもいいです。
今も引っ張り上げてほしいんだけど、ひなた釣れない。
緊張が解けて気が抜けてるのはわかりますけど、どんだけ甘えん坊ですか。
That certainly sounded like something Hinata would say as she pulled Chihaya to her feet. In the end, the connection between the Ojo and Issei families could never be broken. I guess that would mean if I wanted to try and repay Hinata, then the best course of action might be to protect Chihaya's position. and by extension protect the Ojo family as a whole.
おじいさまの鍵を取り戻したんだもの。少しぐらい気を抜いてもいいでしょ。
In Chia's open palm was a tiny key Kido-san had reluctantly handed over to her. Even that shameless man eventually gave up after multiple strongly worded orders from Chihaya.
それだって実際に使ってみて本物だとはっきりするまでは安心できませんよ。
まさかこれが偽物だなんてことある？
In the unlikely event he had prepared and given us a fake key to make us drop our guard, only to flee from the scene, what could he possibly have anticipated being able to go to such extremes?
まさかよね。純也、どう思う？
Chihaya turned toward me in disbelief. It's real, without a doubt.
なんでそう言い切れるんです？純也さんだって本物は見たことないでしょ？
Yeah, I never saw her grandfather's key, but when I saw the key for myself, I was convinced. If we're talking about the key my brother had on him, I remember it clearly. My heart unsurprisingly skipped a beat the moment I had realized it, enough that I almost shouted, actually. I recognized the keychain in particular.
この可愛いうさちゃんに？
Yeah. There was no way I would ever mistake it, especially not for the keychain in the shape of a bunny. It was immediately before the accident. Takaya showed it to me in the van. Chiaya was holding the keychain out to me, and I noticed their fingers tremble briefly at my comment.
そうなんだ。あの日。
He told me he had a simple job to go deliver this key. When I think back on it now, my brother kind of looked like he was having fun.
そっか。
Chihaya replied, cupping the key and the attached keychain tenderly in both of her hands.
ねえ、それじゃあこのキーホルダーって高谷さんが用意してくれたの？
I don't know. Sorry, I don't recall him mentioning it. Now that I gave it some thought, it would have been strange for him to put his own keychain onto a key that wasn't his. My brother had done it. Maybe it was to avoid losing it along the way? It was hard to say.
いいの。もしかしたらおじいさまかもしれないし。どちらにしてもあの子のために用意してくれたのかなって。この可愛いうさぎ。
I see. Luna, written with the kanji for bunny, was Azusa's name back when she and Chihaya played together at their grandfather's house. Had my brother planned on making the keychain a gift for the recipient along with the key?
そうよ。おじいさまと高谷さんがあの子のために残し守ってくれた鍵なのよ。これ。
Chihaya had such a calm look in her eyes as she gazed at the key, almost like she had discovered something nostalgic. Even if our memories were fuzzy or we couldn't see all the way through that fog to reach the truth, as long as we knew it was important to us, it might be enough on its own.
それとても千早様らしい解釈と思いますし、私も純也さんの記憶が間違ってるとは思わないですけど。
I shrugged my shoulders at the way Hinata looked and sounded like she was having trouble saying it. Where I recognized Hinata's attitude was meant to be taken as, I don't mean what I'm about to say. I tried to play it off and hoped she'd speak freely. Hinata nodded, but still spoke with a degree of reservation.
万が一ですけど、偶然同じキーホルダーが付けられてるなんてことはさすがにないですよね。
I could more or less tell why Hinata was so skeptical. I was positive she wasn't genuinely suspicious, but more so being cautious. Chihaya was too quick to believe everything I said to her. It would be terrible if my memory was wrong or if something unimaginable happened. Striking a sense of balance between these two might be the perfect thing to help reach a calm decision. There's a chance my dad or Mizora may have seen that keychain too, so can we go check with them? After that I would be certain. Any doubts that this was my own misconception would be cleared away. Just use the key.
そこがまた問題だと思うんですよ。
Or keep it. Whatever. We don't know where to use it anyway, who cares? I think that... what do you mean? I thought I had come up with a great idea, but Hinata's expression quickly grew sullen. I really couldn't figure out what she was thinking.
それ、誰がどこでどうやって手に入れたか説明できます？みーちゃんに。
It certainly was careless. Man, I was an idiot.
そうね。
Yes, I am.
そうか。
Chihaya's expression turned gloomy. She seemed to have realized it too.
わかりました？千早様が怒ったのと同じ理由で、みーちゃんもショックを受けるんじゃないですか？
It was the same with the elderly who witnessed the accident and refrained from visiting to express his condolences. Or maybe it would be far worse. It's possible Kira-san had left other people he knew well to die. The question was, would Mizora remain calm once she learned this? I couldn't do it. I would have lost control if Chihaya hadn't lashed out at him in my place. Hiro-san had been at the site of the accident. He watched it all happen, stole the key, and then kept it closed while feigning innocence. Just how out of whack were Chihaya's emotions at the moment she learned that? Chihaya held both of her hands against her chest. They hurt, but she cradled the precious key within her palm all the same.
みーちゃんもだし、本当ならすぐにでもこの鍵、あの子に届けてあげたいんだけど、それも難しい？
あの子ってあずささんにですよね。
うん。この鍵はもともとおじいさまから高湯さんが預かって彼女に渡そうとしてたものなんだから。
Chihaya had frantically worked to put up a facade that was not her own in preparation for tonight, only to become enraged at Hiro-san. Azusa, Chihaya's little sister, was a big part of her motivation. It further drove home the point that Chihaya wanted to retrieve the key to make Azusa smile. However, if she were to hand her the key and give an honest explanation of what happened, to be specific, when and where Hiro-san had picked up that key, then...
気持ちはわかりますけど、なおさら言えない気がします。
Yeah. I'm sure my brother will be the first thing she thinks about when you hand over that key. I had a feeling Azusa would freak out the same amount, or even worse than Mizora would. After all, my brother Takae was dear to her even now.
そうね。
I mean, they have a right to
あの
know.
二人には教えたくないかな。さっきの話は。
What?
二人にまで同じ思いをさせたくない。
It was an unpleasant topic and wasn't something that Chihaya should keep bottled up forever. However, if I had to say whether she should go out of her way to tell Azusa or Mizora, yeah. She should. You want to give her the key, right?
うん、そうなの。
では、鍵の出所はごまかすべきですね。嘘をついてでも。
嘘か。
It only made sense she wouldn't be so inclined. In a certain sense, if we were to lie and trick them, we would be no better than Kiro-san. Were we even capable of deceiving our family members and maintaining the lie for the rest of our lives? Let's set aside the fact that it will be an emotional issue for my family. I hated how depressing the mood had gotten, and shelved the subject temporarily. Then again, I felt like this next topic couldn't be ignored either. I'm sure the Ojo family wouldn't want these details spread around all that much either, tonight's events included.
そうね。
I didn't want to upset Chihaya further, but the fact Hinata had also scrunched up her forehead meant that these two understood what kind of impact the crime Kido-san had committed would have.
100歩譲って事故そのものには関わってないとしても、おじさまの腹心である秘書が事故現場から個人の私物を猫ババですからね。その上、目撃者を脅してたとなれば。
I bet it would make for an awful lot of commotion in his constituency nationwide. We hadn't silenced Kido-san about what happened tonight for our own safety. It was because the fallout wouldn't stop at just him or us.
全盛期はこう言って事態の収束を図ったそうですけどね。すべて秘書が独断でやったことです。私は預かり知らぬことです。
Whoa. Pin the blame on the subordinate and bail?
今の木戸さんなら切っても惜しくないでしょ。
Say something that scary so casually, but yeah. If this came back on Ojo-san, then we couldn't be choosy with our methods if we wanted to protect Chihaya.
すべての責任を秘書にかぶせて、自分は病気と言ってほとぼりが冷めるまで入院というのは常套手段だそうですから。〇〇先生はうまく逃げおせたとか、バツバツ先生は下手を打ったとか、父とおじさまがいつだったか話してました。
そういえばそんな話もしてたかも。あ、その時じゃなかった？重人さんがいざとなれば僕が先生の盾になりますよなんて調子よく口にして、お父様からかえって白い目を向けられたの。
そうでしたっけ。ならご本人にその言葉通り実践してもらうまでですよ。
The Ojo and Ise families really were terrifying. How many of these shady topics were they discussing on a regular basis?
お父様がそんな有権者から不信を抱かれる真似をするとは思えないけど、面倒なことになるのは間違いないでしょうね。
If the drama didn't stop at Kido-san and it came back onto Ojo-san, then it was entirely possible it would lead to the very local chaos Chihaya was worried about. Besides, if it becomes public knowledge, then that means Azusa and Mizora will hear about it too. That one had all of us staring at the ceiling. Oh my god. Just move on from this. They deserve to know the truth anyway. Everything was connected. Once a person got busted, it spread to everyone else. These days, even people who didn't watch TV got their news online or through word of mouth. Word spread, whether you wanted it to or not, regardless of medium.
どうしよう、純也。
We had finally gotten the key back, but things could become even more agonizing unless we did something. I'm really sorry, brother. There shouldn't be any problems as long as we say it came from my brother's personal effects, right?
この鍵が高谷さんの？
Yeah, you know how we looked for the key together? I could say it was hidden away in his stuff, like I happened to notice it stuffed in between 2 pages of a book I wanted to read.
ああ、そうだ、それです。さすが純也さん。
Hinata seemed to think this was the best plan that solved all of our problems.
ダメよ、そんなの。
Chihaya rejected the idea with stronger of a tone than I expected. Why?
だって。
I don't want you to have to keep lying to me, Chan. I could tell that Chihaya was hesitant to speak her mind. Even so, I remained calm and gazed into Chihaya's eyes. She was actually the one to look away first, almost like she felt guilty. It will be fine as long as Kido-san continues to remain silent. In his position, he'll never be able to talk about how he was the one who took it anyway.
私とひなただって本当はどこにあったのか口外しないけど。
またそうやって勝手に決める。いえ、この場合は合ってますけど、誰にも言いませんけど。
でしょ。だから多分純也のアイデアはうまくいく、うまくいってしまうけど、我が家の不始末を純也と高谷さんに押し付けることになるのよ。
そうか、そうなりますか。
Well, yeah, this would result in the Oja family never publicly admitting any involvement. Hiro-san would also get off scot-free. Not that I intended to let it stay that way, but that was how it would appear publicly. As such, it wasn't wrong for Chihaya to feel guilty. Even so, don't worry about it, was roughly how I felt about it. However, Chihaya seemed to have her own reservations about it.
それに高谷さんの遺品はみーちゃんだって見てるんじゃない？彼女が私が気づかなかったからなんて自分を責めそうで。
Well, that is certainly possible. Darn it, I hadn't thought it through that far. Another careless oversight. We're really putting a damper on the rhythm here, aren't we? Was not being considerate enough of Mizura, or was I just overly considerate of Chihaya? You can't get away with it just being my careless mistake?
みーちゃんも同じように考えるんじゃないかな。表向きは「いやだ、私もうっかりしてた」とか笑っても。
Chihaya gazed intently into my eyes and then looked away. Like you, Mi-chan's heart is wounded too. I didn't think I was that sensitive, but that was likely close to what Chihaya had wanted to say to me. You were thinking more of Mizura than I was. Alright, I take the suggestion back. Thank you. I'm glad I have you two for childhood friends. I was nothing but grateful when I thought about how hard it was to come by the sort of friends who would point out things you overlooked and your imperfections.
何を今さら。みーちゃんは私たちみんなの妹みたいなものだからですよ。
うん、本当にそれね。
Yeah, she's like a little sister to me as
幼
well.
馴染でよかったって思ってるのはお互い様だから。3人でならなんとかなるわよ。今夜みたいに。
Generally, hoped it worked out that way. If it can't come from me, then where do we say the key came from?
困りましたね。偶然拾ったなんてめちゃくちゃ苦しい説明になるでしょうし。
Hinata pondered this problem with no easily workable solution. However, Chihaya spoke up next with an expression filled with determination.
同じ遺品ならおじいさまのものから出てきたことにすればいいんじゃないかな。
Hey, Chihaya.
もともとおじいさまが用意したものだもの。高谷さんに預けたことになっているのも手紙の上での話だから。
May have been true, but
私たちのうっかりということにするんですか？
それでよくない？おじいさまの遺品はここにもたくさんあるぐらいなんだから。
it was true that the old estate had tons of abandoned furniture and luggage that it was hard to imagine nobody lived here. Maybe it could have come from a bookcase or a giant vase? But people also looked it over here.
は
Did they say it came
あ、
from
ま
the
あ
police?
未整
Did
理
they
の
tell
まま
the
預け
truth?
たりしまったりというものがよそにもゴロゴロありますからね。
うん。確か蔵にもまだまだ積んであるはずよ。そのあたりから。そう。私が偶然見つけたと言えばよくない？
Who's going to take the blame out of consideration for me? Damn. Wait, if you're going to do that, let's have it pop up during the renovation. You can make it seem like I found it while we were working.
そんなのダメよ。純也に嘘をつかせることに変わりないじゃない。
Would it mean you share the blame for being careless if it was left here? If you still can't accept it, then we can make it so everyone found it all together. Chihaya wanted to make it their fault, but more like wasn't willing to let me take the blame. Being who I was, I didn't want to pin the responsibility on Chihaya either. That meant this was our only option. It meant I would be equally complicit.
さっきから私の意思はガン無視スルーで巻き込まれてばっかりいる気がするんですけど。
Don't push back your glasses with your finger while you say that, Hinata. Made the lenses seem like they flashed, kinda spooky.
考えてみたらそんなのいつも通りでした。で、それはどうでもいいとして。
Hinata gave up a lot quicker than she used to. Even if she knew it was futile, she seemed to give in after a single word otherwise now.
千早様、お気持ちはわかりますけど、ここは純也さんの今の提案が落としどころでは。
Oh, she came around to agree with me. That made this 2 against 1.
ひなたの裏切り者。
お互いの気持ちを尊重したらそうするしかないでしょ。それともあくまで意地を張って自分一人でみーちゃんとあずささんを騙し続けますか？
そんなの私には無理だって分かってるでしょ。
はい。
純也。
I'm not. I don't care. They're being dumb. The next day, everyone congregated at the old estate to search for the key and where it was meant to be used, or so was the established reason.
これがその鍵ですか。うわ、何これ、めちゃくちゃラブチーじゃん。
They took a look at the key in Shihaya's hand with extreme curiosity, and in Mizuru's case, with her usual peculiar verbal sense.
私も欲しくなっちゃう、このキーホルダー。どっかで売ってないかな。
She seemed to have taken quite a liking to it, but she didn't recognize it. If not, I considered it both a disappointment and kind of a relief.
ねえ、鍵と一緒に見つけたの？これ。
Yeah, we found it attached, so it reminded me of the one brother had on him back then.
そっか。
She had a similar reaction to Chihaya when we talked about the accident last night.
ほんと、よかった。うさちゃんよく出てきてくれましたね。いい子いい子。
When she spoke to the keychain that way, it hit me squarely in my conscience. Still, I had to lie my way through this, even if it meant I had to harden my heart.
しかしね、どこにあったの？
Well, we had expected this question and prepared a reasonable answer in advance. However, compared to when I dealt with Kido-san, I felt far more nervous. I had trouble opening my mouth. It was apparently mixed up with Shihaya's grandfather's things. We just happened to find it while tidying up and whatnot. Huh?
何？ここにあったってこと？そうなの、みーちゃん。
Chihaya, who had been holding the key in her hand the entire time, tried to back me up. Which was fine and well, but
本当にそうなの。私もうっかりしててごめんね。
Yeah. This couldn't be avoided. She was going to figure out that Chihaya was forcing herself to speak. Her smile was strained, which was something I was worried about from the start. I felt bad for Chihaya and Mizuru both. The look I got from Hinata, who knew our circumstances, hurt. It was like she was going to tell me, "My goodness, what do you think you are doing?" at any moment. I also felt like Mizuru was eyeing us suspiciously. Wait, oh.
古い日本家屋にはつきもののお話だと思うんですけどね。
ここに限ってそういうのはないから ほんとやめて。
Chunyu and Azusa walked in. We had split off at some point, but they eventually rejoined our group.
二人でどこへ行ってたの？
この人が気になることがあるって言うから付き合ったんだけど。
千早たちは感じませんか？今日ここへ来た瞬間から違和感があるんですよ。
Eerie. Chihaya and I turned to each other. Didn't feel that way to me. Not like we had told the others this, but we were here the night before.
こう微妙に家具の位置がずれているような気がして仕方ないです。
I don't think so.
いいえ、絶対にこの前とは違いますよ。ポルターガイストでなければ泥棒でも入ったんじゃないかなと疑いたくなります。そこで他にもおかしなところがないかとあずさと一緒に屋根裏部屋まで探検してきたんです。
Chihaya and I looked at each other again. This time we both made faces to the effect that this might be bad. Then Chihaya spoke to Azusa in a nervous tone.
言ったの？何かおかしなところあった？
言ったけど別に。ああ、でもこんなとこに放置してていいのって思ってた。あの高そうな壺、花瓶、どっちでもいいけど、とにかくあのでかいの。確かに位置がずれてた。
The pause. Chihaya tried to move it. That gave it away?
千早は知りませんか？この家にまつわる怪談や妖怪の伝承など。
知らないけど、いきなりなんで？
そういう因縁があれば霊の仕業という可能性が増しますから。でもあずさも知らないって言うんですよ。
ない、あるわけない。そうでしょ？
聞いたことないかな。
Sorry, the person you're questioning right now is the ghost's true identity.
ほら、だから言ったのに。
でも確かに動いていた家具もあったじゃないですか。あれはどう説明します？
それはなんとも言えないけど、だいたいオカルトなんて信じてないんでしょ？
信じてませんよ。だからこそ家具が勝手に動いた原因は何なのかはっきりさせたいんです。
Yep, that's a problem. Stop. After all, we definitely couldn't reveal our conversation from last night.
それにうちは信じていなくても世の中には信じている人がいっぱいいますからね。オカルトはビジネスになり得ます。
お化けが出る旧宅という評判で注目を集めるのはちょっと困ってしまうかな。
That's what she focused on? But that might work well to change the subject. Better jump on the bandwagon. Yeah, we are trying to turn this place into a cafe, so I'd sooner avoid any sketchy backstories. Hinata had only recently cleared up the baseless rumors she felt possessed to spread around. Her actions had certainly incited misunderstandings, but I never thought what happened yesterday would lead us here.
ジュン兄たちが鍵を見つけた時に動かしたんじゃないの？
We had that card to play. No, you said you found it in the storeroom, no?
てか、ちーちゃんもジュン兄もいいの？それアズンに見せなくって。
Oh yeah, you're right. Misara, nice looking out. You're a lifesaver.
ほらほらほら、早く早く。
Mizara pushed us on along by our backs over to Azusa.
せっかく見つけたんでしょ。一番に見せなきゃなの。本当はアズーンだったんでしょ。
そうなんだけど。
私に何？すっごいサプライズだよ。
Mizara shouted and quietly stood behind us as if to say she had played her part. She may have been watching over her lying no good big brother and his childhood friend.
またなんか私に黙って進めてたの？
黙ってたといえば黙ってたんだけど。
Chihaya kept glancing over at me as if seeking salvation, which was when, of course, Asusa noticed.
今度は何？二人して。
When I considered everything that had happened up until now, there was no avoiding the risky glances she was giving me, but I had to come to grips with these looks, our secret, and everything else already. The key your grandfather entrusted to my brother. We found it. I brought up the heart of the matter, and Asusa's expression stifled, half in surprise and half in confusion.
戻ってきてみれば、事態が一気に進展ですか。
Yeah, it was in this house, mixed in with our grandfather's stuff, right? I gave Chihaya a look and nudged her back in Asusa's direction. I meant it both to urge her to hand over the key like we had planned and to encourage her. Chihaya staggered her way closer to Asusa, but turned back to me, probably on reflex. She must have braced herself just as much as I had, held her ground, faced Asusa, and held out her hand.
ね、これ。
Asusa stared intently at Chihaya's hand, at the key that rested upon it. She gulped without moving a muscle.
その長い間気づかなくてごめんなさい。
Was she apologizing for lying? Asusa didn't budge when she heard what Chihaya said. She hadn't so much as taken her eyes off the key. Then a short time later, she quietly whispered,
私に謝られても困る。謝るなら高谷にじゃない。
そうね。そうだわ。
私が言えたことじゃないけど。
Asusa seemed like her attention had been stolen by the key. No, by something more. I might say her reaction was subdued. It seemed like she wasn't seeing anything else.
見つかってたんだ。私の知らないところで、知らないうちに、また。
Asusa?
何もできなかった。私、また何も。だってこれさ、高谷のキーホルダーじゃない。
I get it now. She hadn't just been staring at the key, but the keychain too. Asusa, you knew it too?
なんか見覚えがある。というか、見たら思い出した。
Immediately after she said it, she closed her eyes and scrunched up her forehead. Almost like she was angry at herself.
違う。すっかり忘れてた。高谷が持ってるとこ、何度か見たはずのものなのに。
This is dumb. Like, why would it be on Takaya's keychain, but here? The key was still in Chihaya's
こ
hands.
れ見よがしに、ウサギの形してるじゃない。だから、ちょっと複雑な気分で見てたら、高谷に欲しいのかみたいなこと言われて、いらないって、その時は突っぱねたんだけど。
Asusa reopened her eyes and stared straight at the key. As a shade of self-mockery crossed her face.
こうして目にするまで忘れてたなんて。私には見つけられなかったわけよね。
I hadn't remembered the keychain either until I had seen it. Should I tell her that I had forgotten too? Was it okay to tell her you're not alone? Would that really be okay?
自分で見つけたかった。
There was a tinge of regret laced into her words when she spoke to Azusa. Azusa didn't nod, nor did her expression so much as change. First, she let out a deep breath.
どうだろう。だとしたら私多分だけど今悔しいのかも。悔しい？
While it sounded like she was responding to Chihaya's question, Azusa may only have been answering her own. Or was she tormenting herself?
なんかモヤモヤする。自分でもちょっと驚くくらい。高谷のことなら当然私が全部知ってて、私が一番なんだなんてらしくない気分にいつの間にかなってたみたいで、そんなの思い上がりでしかないのに。だって私は高井の家族でも何でもないんだから。当たり前。
Elena, huh? Based on what I had seen of Takaya's behavior, he saw her as more than just some busybody. At least that's how I saw it. My brother had, after all, been kind to everyone. With that said, was it safe for me to guarantee that? I believed my brother treasured Azusa, and that he wouldn't want her to blame herself like that. It would be simple to say. Too simple. As the one who was biased toward my brother, I wasn't the one who could comfort Azusa in her time of need. It was more...
その気持ちわかるって私が言ったら軽蔑する？
I was hesitating, but I hadn't expected Chihaya to speak up before I could. Azusa looked equally puzzled. She must have been tripped up by Chihaya's demeanor and her question.
軽蔑ってなんで？うん、ちょっと思い出しちゃって。
Chihaya continued to explain herself, predominantly with a degree of hesitance, and also somewhat painfully.
事故の日とそれからしばらくの間考えてたことを。
Azusa's face went blank and the sudden lump in my throat stunned. I also got inklings from Misura and the others' directions that Chihaya's comment made them stir. The accent, that showed how deeply it had scarred people, scarred their hearts.
私もあの時まではね、純也のことなら何でも知ってる、いつも一緒にいる、それが当たり前だと思ってたの。だけどそんなのは、そう、ただの思い込み。
Azusa finished the thought that Chihaya had hesitated to say.
ある日突然奪われる。他人同士の関係なんて簡単に断ち切られる。そういうこと。
Chihaya met her sister's gaze and quietly nodded when Azusa finished speaking.
うん、そう。自分の知らないところで突然起きることもあるんだって。あの時やっと初めて意識できたの。
Chihaya had narrowly avoided losing me. However, that wasn't true for Azusa and my brother.
そういう意味であなたの気持ちが少しだけ分かった気になっちゃってごめんなさい。それのどこが軽蔑する内容なのよ。
Was she being philosophical? There was something resembling resignation in Azusa's tone, but she had largely kept her cool.
私に同情したふりで嘘をついて調子を合わせてるだけなら確かに軽蔑もするけど。
Azusa's gaze shifted from Chihaya over to me. That single gesture demonstrated that Azusa understood how frightened and worried Chihaya was about something.
事実なんでしょう。ただの事実。そこだけは同じじゃない、私たち。
Even though they were sisters, they were different in every way possible, from the way they were raised to their lifestyles, but the one thing they did share was that they had both been hurt by the accident.
同じ？そう言ってくれるの？
Naturally, the deepness of their scars differed. I may still have been here, but my brother was no longer with us. Even so, Azusa nodded.
ありがとう。お礼を言われるようなことじゃないから。むしろ気づかされたのはこっちかもしれないんだから。
And Azusa took in one more deep breath.
私、何も知らなかった。気づきもしなかった。この家に隠されている何かも、その鍵も、高谷が関わっていたことも、全部。おじいさんからの手紙を読んだ時も、私は驚いただけ。高谷は最後に会った時も何も言ってくれなかったし、せっかく高谷が頑張ってくれてたはずなのに、もしかしたら私は本当に何も知らないまま、気づかないままだったんじゃないかって。
Azusa's eyes once again pointed at the key in Chihaya's
あん
hand.
たたちがこうして見つけてくれなかったら、こんな気持ちにすらならずに毎日不満ばっかり口にしながら生きてたんじゃないかって。
All by herself, at least that was what it sounded like she was saying.
鍵がどこにあるか見当がついた時点であなたに相談すべきだったのかも。ごめんなさい。だからそうじゃない。あんたに謝ってほしいわけじゃない。そうじゃなくて。
Azusa shook her head. It was a simple gesture, yet she did so with repeated, expectedly mighty and brief shakes.
私は高谷に何もできなかったんだって改めて分かっただけ。私なんかのためにあんなに懸命になってくれたのに、何も返せなかったし、お礼もろくに言えなかった。その上。
At that moment, Azusa's voice and breath had grown hoarse. She painfully continued, almost like she was speaking of some sin for which she could never atone.
高谷がやろうとしてくれていたことまで知らないまま埋もれさせて、いつか高谷のこと自体忘れてしまったんじゃないかって。待って。
Chihaya took Azusa's hand in the middle of her speech and spoke with her head hung.
あなたにしかできない、あなただけが高谷さんにしてあげられること、まだあるわ。
Pressed the key into Azusa's
あ
hand.
なただけがこの鍵を受け取るべきなの。あなた以外の誰にもこの鍵はふさわしくないの。だけどこれ半分は。おじいさまが委ねた相手は高谷さん、そしてあなた。
Chihaya smiled at her as if she didn't have a worry in the world. This wasn't a lie. Considering Chihaya's personality, I was sure that was truly how she felt. What's more, this was the same key Kido-san had stolen. When she said it wasn't suited for anyone else, I knew she was also directing those words at him. She knew it was wrong for it to be in anyone else's possession but Azusa's.
もし私たちが見つけられなかったとしても、
We had, after all, taken it back, more so than found it. I understood well why Chihaya was hesitant to speak on this point
き
specifically.
っと必ずあなたのところへ届いたはず。そうに決まってる。だって
As Chihaya said this, she squeezed Azusa's hand along with the key nestled in her palm.
純也のお兄さんが届けようとしていたものだもの。時間はかかったけど、こうしてちゃんとあなたの手に到着したでしょ。あなたがかけがえのない人のことを忘れてしまうその前に。かけがえのない人。
Azusa gazed at the key in her palm. Almost as if she wanted to verify what currently resided in her hand.
あなたが手にして初めて高谷さんのお仕事は終わるわ。受けた仕事は最後まで意地でもやり通すのが水源堂さんだそうだから。
Chihaya looked to me when she said that, and I couldn't help but smile wryly. Just to chime in while we're at it, I would be plenty satisfied if he managed to make his client happy and leave her with a smile. I had been so unsettled by guilt until moments earlier, and yet it was a strange feeling. I couldn't believe I felt so light-hearted and that the words came to me so smoothly. Perhaps it was because I had gotten to witness what Chihaya had done for her sister with my own two eyes.
笑顔ね。高谷もいつだったかそんなこと言ってた気がする。
Her strained smile basically told me not to go overboard, even in spite of the mood, but Azusa's expression softened all the same. I couldn't help myself. My expression tightened all the while. Also, we are the same. To this day we worry about whether there was more we could have done for Takaya, whether we might accidentally forget about my brother entirely. That's how it is, even for his family. I turned back to Mizora, who nodded to me with a serious look on her face. Once I gave Mizora a nod in return and turned back toward Azusa, she opened her eyes widely at our demeanor.
そっか。私よりも。
No, we are the same. I hope that by repeating those words again, it might ease the alienating feelings I was sure Azusa was experiencing, if only a little. It doesn't matter if you're related or not. Anyone who cared for Takaya feels the same way.
同じなんだ。
Azusa blinked, softly clutched the object in her hand, and whispered,
だからかな。こうして手に取ってみると重いね。小さいのに。
It truly was a tiny key, but there was no telling just how much emotion was contained within it. It held the sentiments of Chihaya's grandfather, Takaya, maybe now the sentiments of Chihaya and Azusa herself.
なんで。
I could hear what sounded like bewilderment in some kind in her voice, and then, in the very next instant, massive teardrops began spilling from Azusa's eyes.
私。止まらない。大丈夫？
Chihaya panicked and tried to hold Azusa in her arms, although she stiffened up for just a moment. There was no holding back the flood of emotions, and she desperately clung to her sister. She tried to hold back her tears only to sob into Chihaya's chest.
純也、今のうちにちょっといいですか？
Shunyu approached me while Chihaya was busy trying to calm Azusa down. Sure, what is it? I was worried about Azusa, but I was sure she was having trouble controlling her emotions at this point. It was in Chihaya's hands now. With that thought in mind, I turned to Shunyu, who eyed me skeptically.
あの鍵、ここで見つけたと言いましたね。
She really is the best wife. The only one not dumb.
本当ですか？
Yeah. But did Shunyu actually, as much as I wondered, I couldn't afford for her to pry right now. The best I could do was immediately try and keep up appearances.
私には千早が少し無理をしているように見えます。態度や声もそうですけど、聞き手変わっていませんか？何かあったんじゃありませんか？
Whoa, she was sharp. Chihaya herself had insisted the pain had receded, and she hadn't wanted to worry everyone and remove their compress. She hadn't actually been better. When she showed the key to Mizora and when she handed it to Azusa, Chihaya hadn't used her dominant hand. It must have looked unnatural to Chunyu. It was true that each of Chihaya's mannerisms had been from her protecting her injured hand.
私たちに言えない理由でもあるんですか？あの鍵、大切なものなんですよね。なのに、不誠実ではありませんか？
She had hit me right where it hurt most. This was something my brother had left behind for us, but I didn't want to give it to Azusa in a way that would come to regret either.
別にいいよ。何でも。
Azusa? She had just narrowly managed to stop crying. Azusa was looking up, being supported by Chihaya. Are you okay now?
ごめん。お騒がせしました。
Azusa said that, not just to me, but to everyone here, and gently bowed her head. Finally, she turned to face Shunyu.
私だってなんでいきなり見つかったのって思わなくはなかったけど。
Azusa really had found it unnatural, too.
でもこうしてちゃんと見つかった。鍵は本当にあった。大事なのはそこじゃない？
The key most certainly was there and was safely resting in Azusa's open palm. At long last, it had found its way to its rightful destination. Azusa glared at Chunyu with a look in her eyes that said, "Don't get in the way of that." Chunyu appeared unfazed, but her shoulders eventually relaxed and she smiled at Azusa.
当人がそれでいいなら、うちはこれ以上何も言いません。ちょっと気になっただけですから。
I didn't realize how serious Chunyu had been. Even so, she decided to affably bury the hatchet.
でも今度から何か悪巧みをするならできれば混ぜてくださいね。
There wouldn't be anything good in it for you. Considering the circumstances, I phrased that in such a way to give her some indirect confirmation. Something told me it would come across as insincere if I didn't at least give her that much. It was entirely possible that not only Chunyu and Azusa, but also Mizora and the rest had a faint inkling that Chihaya and I were lying. As grateful as I was for their consideration, I didn't want to depend on them too much in the hopes they overlooked this transgression. I would have to repay the favor to them someday.
本当、遠回りしてきたみたいだね。
You can say that again. Azusa held the key out in front of her and gazed at it.
忘れないようにする。それだけじゃなくて、この鍵を受け取って大切にしていく。それも私の責任なのかな。
It's not a duty. But she didn't feel like it was her burden to bear. I had absolutely no intention of pushing the sole responsibility of being a witness to someone as admirable as Takaya had existed in this world onto Azusa. That sentence doesn't even make any sense. Still, I'm sure my brother would be overjoyed if you would accept the key. This was the one thing I believed from the bottom of my heart.
他人には偉そうに自分で決めろとか責任を負えとか文句をつけておいてさ、自分が逃げるわけにはいかないよね。
Oh yeah, she had said that, back when she gave Chihaya that pep talk, while she was locked away in her house.
だからありがとう。確かに受け取った。
Chihaya looked over at me as she nestled up to Azusa. I nodded and Chihaya let go of her sister. She finally pulled away even the hand that had been supporting Azusa, effectively relinquishing the key to Azusa. I guess this means it's finally done. I couldn't help but picture Takaya's smiling face when he told me he had a simple job. That simple job was delayed by a year, brother.
受け取りのサインとかいる？
I sputtered her low on reflex. Was there any need to check that here now? It wasn't just me. Chihaya and Hinata, Mizora, smiled, while Chunyu herself laughed outright.
しんみり仕掛けた空気を自ら打ち砕いていくスタイル、いいね。嫌いじゃないですよ。
別に冗談で言ったつもりじゃなかったんだけど。
Azusa proceeded to sulk, as if in protest of everyone's laughter. Even so, her cheeks were tinged red in
バ
embarrassment.
イト先じゃ普通だから、業者さんから食材とか受け取った時。
At this point, I felt like I could more or less understand why Takaya and even Chihaya felt like they couldn't leave her alone. She acted tough, but was a precarious person. Even though she tried to live all on her own, she would continue to forever care deeply for Takaya. She couldn't abandon a girl like her, could she?
同じ水源堂の純也がここにいるんだから問題ないんじゃないかな。ね、純也。
Chiaya's voice and expression were incredibly gentle when she stood between Asusa and me. It put me into the same mindset, and I gently nodded as well. Yeah, that's right. We'll be fine. My low ranking at work aside, I've definitely confirmed it was received with my own two eyes. Thank you for confirming receipt of your delivery.
どういたしまして。っていうかさ。
Why are you acting embarrassed now, Azusa?
もういいって、そういう高谷の代わりとかさ。最初にひどいこと言ったのは私だけど、あんたたち見てたら誰かの代わりとかないんだって、そんな気がしてきた。私たち
Chiaya asked in wonderment. Azusa, on the other hand, looked displeased, but she nodded.
あんたたちって一人では何も決められないくせに二人だとグイグイ来るんだから始末に追えない。そういうパートナー、とにかく相手に代わりなんていないでしょ。あんたたち二人だからこそ成り立つわけで。あずささん、それです。完全に同意します。
Really? Man, Hinata really was overly enthusiastic about this. Did she agree that strongly?
もう長年説明のつかなかった件が今ストンと納得できました。
Chihaya and I turned to one another after Hinata, someone we had known for many years, made such a strong assertion. I thought it had been kind of peculiar, but unlike me, Chihaya looked elated. Why does she sound so happy?
だって私にとって純也の代わりなんかいないのは確かだもの。
I was happy she could say that without any hesitation, but everyone else around us was giving us lukewarm looks. Basically saying, are you guys gushing over each other? Seriously gushing.
なあ、もうそういうとこですよ、そういうとこ。二人揃って煮え切らないし、二人のうちどちらか一人だけならただのダメ人間なのに。
Don't call us hopeless. Well, she may have been right about how incompetent I was, though.
相乗効果って言うんですか？周りのペースを乱しておいて、当人たちだけはつかず離れず、騒ぎの中心でのほほんとして。
I feel like that's a pretty harsh description.
つまり私にとってはやっぱり純也こそ最高のパートナーということね。うん、合ってる。
どんだけ前向きな解釈よそれ。
Hey, big sister, she's clearly exasperated here, and that reaction is the polar opposite of yours.
ったく、今日はほんと二人していい顔までしちゃって。
Animated. I found what Azusa had pointed out surprising. Were we really that expressive today? Or maybe our faces were starting to go stiff after lying to Azusa. Chihaya should have felt the same way. Maybe that was why she had peered at my face with such wonder.
純也はいつも通りのかっこいい純也よね。ね、ひなた。
そうですね。いつも通り千早様好みの。
First Azusa and now even Hinata was exasperated.
それはどうでもいいけど。
Well, yeah, everyone would willingly ignore the mysterious filter Chihaya saw the world through, even at times like these.
今日はうつむいてないなって、そう感じただけ。
Huh?
うつむいてない？
Confusion was evident in Chihaya's voice. True enough. If anything, that only made me feel even more guilty toward Azusa. No matter how foolish the conversation, there was still a lump in my heart. I would like to believe I hadn't forgotten about it. Was she suggesting that we were keeping our head up and not looking down despite the fact we were lying?
自覚ないの？前はすぐに何かとお父様がとか北条家がとか高谷がとかさ、他人や環境のせいにして言い訳ばかり口にして、その度に二人とも顔や視線を背けたり伏せたりしてた。
Harsh, but only the truth. I did think there had been lots of moments where we felt compelled to do that toward Azusa.
責任転嫁していたものね。特に私は。
It was a given she would feel dejected if she looked back on how she acted in the past.
でも今日はあんまりそういう感じじゃない。
Azusa's focus shifted to the key resting in her
こ
hand.
の鍵を手に入れるのにあんたたちが何をしたのか知らないけど、私の知らないところでまた何かあって、しかもいい表情を浮かべられるぐらいには解決したんでしょ、多分。
Well, that was how it had worked out. At the very least, we had found the key. I was sure Kiro-san wouldn't interfere anymore either. However,
ちょっと複雑ね。
she forced a smile when it was exactly as she said. If she could stand up straight, hold her chest up high, and confidently lie with a relaxed expression, then it would put anyone off.
よし、なんかよくわかんないけど、とにかく次はその鍵を刺す場所を探せばいいんだよね。
Oh, you're right. Were the others getting impatient? Perhaps we were being inconsiderate. I'm getting impatient. The job my brother had accepted may have been over now that the key had successfully been delivered, but I was sure he wouldn't have called it quits there and likely would have extended a helping hand to Azusa if given the chance. I wanted to do something nice for Azusa. I also wanted to do something for Takaya, the one who had left this behind for us. Besides, there was also that message that Chihaya's grandfather had left behind for us. I hope that you two will track down your key and reach the Starry Sky together. I really thought it was one key each. It wasn't just Azusa. Chihaya had also been a subject of his wish. What I wanted more than anything was to make Chihaya smile. Knowing that, did I really need any other reason?
手分けして探しますか？私と空で書庫の方からとか。
Let me see. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
わかりました。それじゃあ行こう、空。合点承知。今度こそ待ってろ、お宝。
Vizora dashed off enthusiastically, and Aino-chan chased after her. They were out of sight in no time. It's probably the grandfather clock. I'm guessing that's our own little way of helping to motivate everyone, huh? I was honestly becoming less sure whether or not we would find any treasure, though. It had said reach the Starry Sky, after all. Hiro-san seemed to think that meant either an inheritance or evidence.
二人とも若いな。勢いで突っ走っちゃう感じ。私にはもうないな。
Why is this person here as well? You're so honest. Well, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Oyama-san.
それはいいの。ただ立ち入ったことを聞くようだけど、さっきあの子に渡した鍵。ねえ、ジュンヤ、私たちはどうしたらいい？
Yeah, you're right. Why don't the three of you start in here?
わかった。さあ、頑張って見つけましょう。またなんか凝った仕掛けじゃなきゃいいけど。
Three of them dispersed throughout the room. Azusa was in the middle, and Yuriko-san looked a little... what would you call that? Miserable to me. I'm sorry, we were in the middle of our discussion.
いいの。あの鍵が高谷くんが最後にやろうとしていたお仕事という理解でいいのよね。
That is how it would work out. If I thought this through, Oyama-san had nearly no connection to this aside from my brother himself. In spite of that, she had gone out of her way to come here. I'm sorry to get you wrapped up in all of this.
そんなことない。私だって来たくて来てるんだもの。それにこうして高谷くんのやり残したお仕事がきちんと完結したのを見られたんだから。やっぱり来てよかった。
I appreciate you saying that. It really did make me happy. If even a single extra person would remember my brother and what he had been trying to do, that is.
さて、私も元気出していかなくっちゃね。妹さんたちを手伝ってくればいいかな。こっちは人手が足りてるみたいだから。
Yes, please do.
了解。高谷くんのためにも絶対見つけようね。
With a pitter-patter, Oyama-san jogged off after Mizora's group. That left us with a group of three there and 4 people here. That being the case, I...
人海戦術で総当たりも間違いではないですけど、もう少し効率よくかかりたいですね。
Junior put her hands under her chin and pondered. Well, if that's how you feel, do you think we're handling this inefficiently right now?
はい。リノベーションの準備や鍵のことで結構あちこち見てるはずですからね、ここ。なのにこれまでそれらしいものは見つかっていないです。ということは。
She was right. This room in particular had become a familiar sight recently. After all this time, was there any stone we had left unturned?
よほど念入りに隠されているか。さもなくば。
He isn't meant to be used here.
可能性としてはそれも考えられますね。何にせよ手がかりもなく探し回っても。
よし、私の勘では多分これが動く。そっちを押さえてて。でも無理じゃないかな。どう見てもがっちり固定されてると思うんだけど。大丈夫せーの。
被害が拡大して後で修繕する純也の手間が増えるだけですよ。
Seems like it. Also, well, I doubted there was any need to worry about Mizura's crew, given how they looked. But there was no guarantee nobody else would cause any damage either. I wonder what we should do then. We don't have anything to go off of but the letter. No, wait.
どうしました純也？何か気づきましたか？
Not really yet, but Chihaya.
何純也？ここには何もないけど。
He was down on all fours, peeking into the floor cupboard. What was this rich girl doing? You have your grandfather's letter with you?
あるわよ。ちょっと待って。
Chihaya replied, rising to her feet to retrieve her grandfather's letter out of the bag she had left on the table.
はい、これ。でも急にどうしたの
I took the letter she held out to me and looked over it. If it was just as Chihaya had read aloud before, then I thought so.
何かヒントになるような言葉がありましたか？
何？ヒント？
Here, in the final paragraph. I hope that you too will track down your key.
鍵なら見つかったじゃない。鍵ってこれのことでしょ？違うの
Well, Eras had taken an interest in our conversation too. She came over to us. She held out the key Chihaya had given her not too long ago. Perfect timing. May as well share my thoughts aloud and get the others' input. You see how it says you two? These two people must be...
私と彼女。それは間違いないよね。
Chihaya looked at Asusa, who approached her side and nodded. Yeah, there's no doubt about that, but... He continues, I hope that you two will track down your key, but there's only a single key.
それは。あ、そっか。なるほど。そういうことね。
Oh, so I was right.
何かおかしい？私とこの人が協力して見つけろって意味じゃないの
Chihaya and Azusa didn't seem to have caught on yet, but maybe Chunyo and I had the same idea.
これってもしかして2人が一緒に2つの鍵を探すという意味なんじゃないですか？
Realization had finally set in for the pair at Chunyo's comment, and I nodded in agreement. You could interpret it that way too, couldn't you?
でもおじいさまは鍵を彼女にって具体的に書いてるじゃない。それって一人で一つの鍵にしかならないけど。
Chihaya asked with a confused look on her face, while Azusa appeared dubious.
高谷が預かった鍵ってこれだけなんでしょ？まさか他にもあるとか。
If there is, then we have basically no idea where it could be in the rabbit. It had been an awful lot of work for us to figure out where the key left for Azusa had been. Even with the clues we were given, there were no guarantees we would get lucky and find another one again. But even if we were to assume there was another, maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be an actual key. The three of them tilted their head at me in confusion, and I looked at Chihaya specifically. You mentioned something like this before, Chihaya. Your grandfather may have prepared something like this in the event someone found it and included a fake.
確かに言ったし、今でもそう思うけど。
つまり鍵とは書かれていますけど、鍵ではない何かの可能性があるということですか。
Yes, it very well may act like a key, but it might not be shaped like one.
まさか鍵って比喩？
Or it could be disguised as something else. After all, after word of the key's existence and impending delivery had been leaked, that had created the same sort of environment where a certain someone had stolen Azusa's key. Wasn't there a chance their grandfather had hidden another key that much more carefully?
そういうこと。でもそれじゃなんだかまるでわからない。
We could only guess with this much to go on, making this more or less a pipe dream. If only we had another clue. Did your grandfather ever send you anything, Chihaya?
私に？おじいさまから？
Chihaya didn't seem to get what I meant, so I elaborated. Since he tried to deliver this key to Azusa, I wonder if he left anything behind addressed to you.
でもそう言われても。
Chihaya still looked incredulous, but she thought it over
お
regardless.
じいさまからは誕生日プレゼントなんかもいただいてたから、むしろありすぎて。
Chihaya surveyed the room as she spoke, only to look startled and freeze in place.
嘘。え、
千早様？何？まさかとは思うけど、私のこと？
Chihaya's eyes weren't on Azusa, but on the alcove. Chihaya. See, I'm ahead of the game. I'm too ahead, and it's taking too long to catch up at this point. That stuffed bunny had been sitting there since the first day Chihaya suggested this place be renovated. She approached the stuffed animal.
まさかよね。
Chihaya,
おじいさまがいなくなった彼女の代わりにって私に送ってくれた。おじいさまが私に送ってくれたもので鍵になりそうな、あるいは鍵を隠せそうなものって言ったら。
wishing that she had given Azusa's name. Huh. Is it okay to check inside?
いや、
She answered immediately. This was the clearest answer Chihaya had ever given, and it was quick at that.
千早様。
Chihaya took her head, even to Hinata's shitting voice.
嫌よ。でも
Just feel around? Chihaya seemed to be at a loss and continued to shake her head. Even that we were beside her, she could likely see Azusa and I through her peripherals.
嫌だけど、バラバラになんかされたくないけど、もしも本当に中に何か入ってるとしたら。
無理しなくていい。
Chihaya shook her head all the more at Azusa's comment.
無理かも。でもだけど。
だって大切なものなんでしょ。だったら入ってるかどうかわかんない鍵のためなんかに傷つけちゃいけないと思う。
Azusa sounded both like she was persuading herself and also like she was calling the rest of us into
ど
question.
っちもダメ。
This was tearing Chihaya's heart to pieces, but it was enough to push her into making a decision.
調べないのも調べるのも私にはできない。私には決められない。
She pointed those pleading eyes in my way, and I all too well knew how Chihaya felt. He wanted to check for Azusa's sake, but personally felt like she was being torn apart. That had to be it. That left me with only one answer. I'll do it. He turned to Chihaya and made that decisive declaration. I didn't want to make Chihaya cry, but as much as Chihaya hated it, I could tell she knew it had to be done. If Chihaya can't do it, I will. If anyone was going to dirty their hands and be resented, it could be me. Don't underestimate a handyman too much. I don't look the part, but I have prior work experience repairing stuffed animals.
そんなことまでできるんですか?
Handymen are meant to be handy at everything they do. Back when she had brought this bunny here, Chihaya had washed it herself, but there were a lot of people in the world that weren't able to clean or mend their stuffed animals. There were no small number of people that called in a handyman like me because they either didn't know how or didn't want to ruin their stuffed animals if they did the job poorly. Chihaya pointed her pained gaze at me up as I approached both her and the stuffed animal. I'll avoid damaging it to the best of my ability, and I promise to put it back to normal. I picked up the stuffed animal and Chihaya looked downward. I opened the back of the plushie, stuck my hand inside, then a short time later, my fingers made contact with something clearly of a different texture than the surprisingly aged-seeming stuffing. Hold on a second, it definitely doesn't seem like a key. Going purely by touch, it definitely seemed hard like metal, but it wasn't thinly shaped like a key. Speaking of which, it seemed like it was wrapped in something, like cloth or even paper. Doesn't seem like that. It's hard to handle with just my fingers. If I had some small tool with a long rod or something like chopsticks, I bet I could easily pluck it out. Unfortunately, I haven't brought anything of the sort with me today, so I would have to try and make this work with just my fingers. Darn this thing. Alright, got it. Put up a hard struggle, then managed to pinch it between my fingers and pluck it out. That left us with... It was a small item wrapped in pristine-feeling paper. However, we had yet to confirm what hard-textured item was under the paper. Chihaya, I'm sorry, but here... Chihaya took the stuffed animal that now had its back exposed and was left in a cruel condition. Chihaya hugged the stuffed animal against her chest, seemingly to soothe it. I took the package I'd retrieved over to a nearby table, then carefully removed the paper. Oh, come on, don't put it like that. There. I got it out, huh? I did say the grandfather clock. Just as Hinata had said, the item I held in my hands appeared to be a large screw. And again, it wasn't the sort of screw I would use in renovation work, for instance. It was similar to a key, but had what I would call more antique-looking workmanship than anything with real utility.
ゼンマイを巻くためのものでしょうか。オルゴールなんかを巻き巻きするような。オルゴール？
Oh. It wasn't surprising that Chihaya was the first to speak up again. I was right, speaking of music boxes.
ならない。オルゴール。
Oh, I guess it's not that long then. Everyone migrated into the living room and stood in front of the music box that had been secured in place on one of the shelves. I always wondered why this was here. It seemed odd, or maybe more unnatural.
なんだかすごいことになってきましたね。うんうん。本格的なギミックって感じ？
Everyone stand back just in case for me.
いや
Is it what blows
ジュ
up?
リアのそばにいる。
あんただけ危ない目に遭わせるわけにはいかないでしょ。
残念ながら千早様がいらっしゃる以上私も離れられませんね。残念ながら。
こういうのは特等席で見ないとね。
Man, not a single one of them had any intention of budging. Not even Misora or Oyama-san.
それにおじいさまの仕掛けだもの。ここまで来て私たち孫を危険にさらすようなものはない
Yeah.
はずでしょ。
What's this conversation? Why? Oh well then, everyone, cross your fingers. I hope that this time it was a completely safe and sound gimmick. He stuck in the screw with that wish in mind and began turning it. It had fit in as expected up to this point, and the spring did seem to be turning for me. I wonder if this is enough. I wound the spring carefully, then let go when it seemed reasonable, and
あ、なった。
a light-hearted and somewhat nostalgic seeming melody began to play through the room then.
何か聞こえない？
Oyama-san put her hand to her ear and listened closely.
オルゴールの音色以外にですか？
ええ、なんだろう。壁？じゃない。床の下から？
Now that she mentioned it, she was right. What was this? A creak? There was a quiet rumbling, almost like a muffled, mechanical noise. It was almost like interior construction work had started in a different room of the same building. Would it be easy to understand if I made that comparison? The creaking sound only grew louder, and the floor and walls started to shake. Chihaya was startled. I tucked her against me on reflex and covered her head with my hands to protect her. Was it an earthquake? It had an odd tonal quality and reverberation for it to be that, while I was being vigilant. Mizuru was staring at the music box and was the first of us to notice what was going on. What was it? Wait, what? A moment later, our group went wide-eyed and gaped at what we were seeing. I mean, wouldn't anyone? That floor cupboard that we were convinced was built into the room. It slid upward all of a sudden. Definitely, I can't believe it suddenly started moving.
それもそうなんだけど。
Was Shihaya blushing? Not to mention everyone was sure grinning an awful lot. Azusa was the only one who looked exasperated and had a tepid look in her eyes.
さすが純也ですね。見事なナイトぶりです。
Huh?
あの一瞬にすかさず千早様の盾になろうとするなんて見直しました。
Oh, you're right. I had done it without thinking in the heat of the moment. Right now, I was holding Chihaya against my chest.
大丈夫よ。もう。
Yeah, I guess so. Everyone was already looking so panicked about it now wouldn't help at all. Huh? Was already looking so panicking about it now wouldn't help at all. We slowly pulled away from each other.
愛か。愛だね。ジュニはラブラブラブチーだね。
Shut up, Peanut Gallery.
それはそうと、なんか扉があるんだけど。
As Azusa, the one person who appeared calm, had pointed out. A tiny door roughly large enough for a single person to narrowly pass through had appeared after the floor cupboard moved.
なるほど、そうきましたか。これがこの国の男の子が好きなんでしょってやつですね。すごいすごいすごいすごい、なんかのゲームかアニメか漫画か映画みたい。超ラブチじゃん。なんというか、屋根裏部屋への仕掛けといい、やっぱりすごくロマンチストだったのかな、おじいさん。
小塚には違いないですね。
本当驚かせてくれるわ、おじいさま。
Maybe this had been her grandfather's true ambition. To surprise and impress everyone, namely his grandchildren.
ねえ、鍵。
Azusa pointed at the floor, and my eyes followed her line of sight. There was a keyhole on the door.
確かめてみる。
Azusa stepped forward and stuck the key into the keyhole. I was sure she'd concluded there wouldn't be any more danger now that we'd come this far. I agreed, but that was some nice determination. Or maybe she had just wanted to try out the key my brother had delivered to her as soon as possible? Azusa's voice was swallowed up into the void that appeared behind the door. That doesn't look like someone could go in.
通路、下へ向かう階段ですか。まさか地下室でもあるんでしょうか。
I'll check inside. I obviously left Chihaya and the others with cold feet up here, and then Azusa traded places with me. There was a faint odor coming from beyond the open door, which I assumed would stay later. Or a dead body. There must have been a room at the bottom of the stairway, as I could see a light illuminating the space. Thanks to it, I was able to see the sort of spectacle Chunyu had been describing. I could also hear some sort of quiet sound, like from an appliance. Maybe it was air-conditioned? Come to think of it, didn't my brother tell me to be careful when entering places like this? I muttered to myself. Azusa had been staring at the other end of the door like I had been, only to turn toward me.
拓也が何かの仕事で？
Yeah, he said to be really careful about ventilation and whatnot, since there are cases where it's possible the air could get thin. Hadn't that happened when we were helping clear out the old medical supplies at an abandoned hospital? Even what kind of place it had been, we'd have to be particularly cautious when working that job. I think there's a separate air conditioner down here. You can feel the air flowing, so it should be fine.
一度に全員で入らない方が良さそうですね。
I nodded to what Inada suggested from behind me. Just in case, I'll go first.
大丈夫なの？
I'm guessing so. It was a place Chihai's grandfather had built to bring his grandchildren. I wanted to believe it was designed with safety in mind. But I couldn't rule out the possibility of traps.
見たところ、電気も通じているみたいですしね。いつ誰が開けるかもわからないはずの場所に至れり尽くせりの良いです。
Shunyu was amazing. Was analyzing the mechanism that had appeared before us from yet another different angle.
贅沢な仕掛けですよ。工事を担当した業者への口止め料を想像するだけでもゾッとします。
そうね。あ、それともよほど信頼のおける人物に頼んだか。
The door and the passageway weren't especially spacious. At this scale, it would have been possible to construct with a limited crew, but still. Since he had kept something like this impressive a secret, there had to have been only exceptionally tight-lipped people involved.
なんかホラーでミステリーチックな感じになってきてない？順に本当に一人で入るの？
Well, yeah.
当然、私も行く。
私も。
Hold on a second. Why were these two in perfect sync? Maybe it was because they were sisters?
私、 この建
because it
物の
was
関
made
係
for
者だ
them,
もの。
not for you.
責任があるわ。
鍵を受け取った以上最後まで見届ける責任があるから。
それに何より純也が行くなら私も行く。
Again, how could they make those sorts of declarations like it were the most natural thing to say? Look at that. Everyone wound up grinning and smirking at me again. It'll be bad if you follow me and things take a turn for the worse.
立場上私は特に千早様をお止めすべきなんでしょうけど。
Hinata wasn't even trying to hide her mixed feelings. She had a finger against her forehead, almost like she had a headache.
純也さん絡みとなればどうせ言い出したら聞かないんですから、この人は。
She's right, this was Shihaya after all.
千早様はもちろん純也さんもあずささんも少しでも異常を感じたらすぐ声を上げて引き返してください。助けに行くなり救急車を呼ぶなりすぐ対応しますから。
もちろん。ありがとう、ひなた。頼もしいわ。
いや、本当ならそんな心配させないでくださいよ。
Shihaya was as you'd expect. Well, Azusa, well, if we left her be, she would likely head off without us. Alright, I'll lead the way. Be sure to follow me from a safe distance, okay?
わかった。純也がそう言うなら純也の言う通りにする。
Why does it take 3 hours to do every single thing? Seriously, please do, in all kinds of ways. Fine. I guess we're not beating it today. I feel like we are incredibly close, but at the same time, I'm sure it'll still take 3 hours. I enjoyed the damn game, but it's too self-indulgent. Alright. Well, whatever. There is absolutely no way we're not beating it tomorrow. But it'll have to be. I'm gonna go. Thanks for watching and hanging out. And I'll be back tomorrow with the ending of this game. I know it's Saturday, but I'm gonna make an effort to get this out of the way. Alright. See you then. Goodbye and good night. You're よ。